There we go. Okay, yeah, because I just created this screen.
Okay,
All
voice
right.
of the DM.
Hey, I am Mr. DM. Welcome, pro streamer. Pro streamer. It hasn't even been a year, so I am not even close to being a pro streamer or anything like a pro streamer. Amateur streamer. There we go. Amateur streamer problems. So most of my players are here. Hello, most of my players.
Hello.
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 This is the second time they're hearing me say that, because you all didn't hear me because the first time I was muted. So we have a few players who will be running a little late, and I literally just threw this whole thing together a few moments ago. So I do apologize for anything. And you all kind of get to see a little bit behind the magic of what we do every week. But yeah, so what we will do while we are waiting for some of our players is welcome to the exciting world of leveling up. We are going to roll some hit points, but before we actually get to do that, because our players actually hit level 5 last week, what I want to do is I want to very quickly go over some of, yeah, there's a window. I have actually 2 windows behind me. You can see I'm in this very, very tight little square cubicle thingy but you'll never see it because of video magic. But yes, so what we'll do is we are going to just talk very quickly about leveling up and what that means, because our players have hit level 5 last game. And then once we make sure all of the things are done, then we will roll hit points. And that'll be it. So, very quickly, it looks like everybody leveled up to 5, but I had some folks question me about multi-classing things, and I wanted to make sure that they were happy with where they were at, or if there were any further questions about that, because this would actually be a really good time for people to kind of learn a little bit about multi-classing and all that good stuff.
For the last month I've been wanting to multi-class, but I decided against it. I decided to just stay cleric class because it would just be more beneficial spell-wise. And just character-wise.
Okay. All right.
I do plan on multi-classing in the future, just not right now.
That's fine. Okay. Rowan? Laura?
Yeah, I'd like to multi-class.
Yeah, because I saw that you actually leveled up to level 5 in Druid, so I was a little confused because you would only be a level 4 Druid and a level 1 fighter.
I just hit level 5 last week when you said we leveled, and that's all I did. I haven't had a chance to look at my sheet or anything.
All right. Well, so this will be the perfect time. So if you open up D&D Beyond and you go to edit your character, if you go into the class section, you will basically you'll just need to take a level away from yourself, go back to level 4, and then once you've done that, all the way on the bottom, you scroll all the way to bottom, you will see in blue words, add another class. So you click that, and then that should give you your option, and you put fighter. Actually, it'll see if you have the prerequisites to be a fighter, which I believe you do. and then pick that, and you'll be a level 1 fighter.
Okay. I'm gonna work on that now.
If you have any problems, let me know.
Am I capable of adding another class or no? Is it for everyone?
All right. So anybody, when you level up, you have the option to multi-class. Okay. There are a few things that I require as your DM prior to making that decision, is that you inform me that that is something you're thinking about doing. And also we'll have a conversation to make sure that the things that you want aren't covered in possibly a feat, or maybe you will actually get that later on as you level up in your current class. That's basically it. Because there might be some in-game repercussions as well, for depending on what you want to multi-class into, and it should make sense with your character, right? So if you're a fighter and then all of a sudden you go, "I want to be a druid," I'm not gonna say no. But if it doesn't make sense for your character, like, you kick dogs and you hate cats, and, you burn trees down at the first opportunity, and then you go, "I want to be a druid," I'm not going to say no, but things may happen in the game because of past actions and such. Right?
Got you.
And you should not be springing it on me as best you can the day of the game. No, I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you are. I'm just
I just figured that'd be a question, because it didn't occur to me to, because I didn't plan on taking a second class anyway. I was just asking.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, everybody has the option to multi-class if you wanted to, and I never name names. So if you call yourself out, that's not on me.
Guilty.
Question.
Yes.
I keep forgetting, but I know that there is a way for D&D Beyond to roll HP. I'm fine not rolling it in D&D Beyond and rolling it in real life. I just can't remember if that's possible or
if you open up your character sheet, on the very left-hand bottom side of your screen, you will see the dice roller, and you'll see all of the different dice. All you have to do is click on the die once, and then click roll, and it will roll that singular die for you.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And anybody who uses D&D Beyond, I hope these are very useful tips for you. All right. Any other questions? Anything else? Multi-classing questions? Yes.
I can't remember what I roll to change my stuff.
What do you mean roll? You mean your hit points?
Like the type of dice I use.
Okay, yeah. We'll get to that in a minute. I just, before we get into the actual hit point rolling, I wanted to make sure there was any other questions other than that. Before we move forward. Alrighty. Yes. Thank you, Grant. For those who don't know, and especially for my players, when you roll something in D&D Beyond, right, and you have the option to click on your attack roll or your saving throw or anything like that. If you right click on that number, a small menu will pop up, and it will say advantage, straight roll, disadvantage, and you'll be able to roll if you have any of those things, right? And if you say, for example, you get a natural 20, when you actually roll your dice and you right click on what you're supposed to roll, it will give you a critical option where you can just click that and then roll, and it will automatically do it for you. Alrighty. Okay. All right. So with that, we will go down the line. Give me 1 second. And we will roll hit dice. Now, to remind you how, once more on D&D Beyond, the way you actually will add your hit points. Once you roll your die and you get your number, okay, you will once again go into class, right? You will go into manage hit points, and you will see 3 boxes. The very first box says rolled HP. You are going to take the number that you rolled today, and you are going to add it to whatever number is there currently. So if for example, in rolled HP, if it says 20 and you rolled a 5, you are going to change that number 25 and then hit apply. You don't have to worry about your constitution modifier, because if you have one, it will automatically be already updated into that. So it kind of takes all of the extra work out for you. Okay. Alrighty. So if there are no further questions or comments or concerns, let's roll some hit dice. So we're gonna go in no particular order. Let me just pull some stuff up here for the sake of doing so. All right. And we will start with Comet, affectionately known as Phoebe in the game. Do you know what die you're rolling?
Yeah, it says 5d10, but
no. 1.
I know I only use 1. But it says 5d1, but usually it's just 1.
You scared the hell out of me. Okay. The 5d10, okay, that is what you get for your short rest. All right.
I know.
Okay. So you roll a d10. That is what you are rolling. Good gods.
See, I cause heart attacks everywhere I go.
Uh-huh.
I rolled a 5.
All right, you rolled a 5. Excellent. So just add that to your rolled HP. All right. And next will be Torias, also known as Galen within the game. You do know which die you need to roll there, good sir?
Yep, and I rolled a 3. It's
All
a
right.
D8.
Yep. So just add that 3 to your rolled HP. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. All right. Oopsie, also known as Gerina. But you don't know.
I rolled an 8.
Nice.
On a D8.
Nice. There's your tank. There's your tank right there. Your grave cleric. All right. So add that to your rolled HP. All right. So, Ari, are you all set? Have you added your fighter class?
Yeah.
Okay. So, because you are taking a level in fighter, you will actually be rolling the hit dice for fighter instead of druid, which is a d10.
Okay.
Okay. So you roll 1d10.
I rolled a 5.
Nice. So you will add that 5 to your rolled HP.
How do I add that to the HP?
Okay. You go back into the where it says class, your class page on the top.
Armor class?
No. You're gonna edit your character.
Oh, okay.
And then you're gonna go into the class section. And then in the very top right corner, you'll see manage HP. It's a blue button. You see that?
Okay, so where do I add it? I go into fighter.
You go into, so you're in the class section of edit, right?
I'm in, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In the top right hand corner is a blue button. There's a box.
Oh, manage AP.
Manage
see it now.
HP.
HP.
Yep. And then you're going to click that, and you're going to add your 5 to whatever number is in the rolled HP.
And then just hit apply.
And then hit apply. That's it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right. JD, also known as Hope.
Sora.
That's what I said. I said Sora.
You said Hope.
No, I didn't. I said Sora, woman.
It sounded like Hope to me.
I will go back to the recording. I will put instant replay on this damn thing. I said Sora.
Sure. Yes, DM.
All right. So roll your hit die, please.
It's a D6, right?
Yes, it is for Squishy Wizards.
Two.
Okay, roll your big 2 into your rolled HP. All right. And 0, known as Squab. No, wait. 0, known as Hope. No, I'm sorry.
I think
Squab.
you called me Hope.
Hey.
Okay, I'm rolling a D10.
Mhm.
There it is. Come on, big money, no whammy. Okay, all right, 8. That was good.
Nice.
So
Right.
that is 33.
Screw all
Nice.
you and your high rolls.
Hey, that was my first high roll on HP, by the way. The couple of rolls I've had were like 2, 3. I was HP locked up for a little while there.
Yeah. All righty. So we will work with Lauren when she gets back in to get her HP rolled up. But any other questions, concerns, comments?
I have a question.
Go for it.
When can the fighter do a double attack?
When the fighter hits level 5.
When they hit level 5? Okay.
Yeah. So when you level up, all right, so just a quick rundown of multi-classing. When everybody levels, you decide which level you're taking, since you have 2 classes. So next, when you guys hit level 6, you're going to decide, oh, do I become a level 5 druid or do I become a level 2 fighter? You're splitting up your level between the 2 classes. So you get to make those decisions. But if you decide to take level 5 druid, you'll be rolling the hit points for the druid class, not the fighter class. So you don't get any of the level 5 benefits of a fighter if you are only a level 1 fighter.
Well, yeah, I figured that.
Even though technically you are a level 5 character, it's just combined with the 2.
I understand.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Alrighty. Any other questions, comments, concerns, narratives,
Nope.
flatulence, anything? Nothing.
Nope.
All right. Okay. So with that, guess we can get started. And as I said before, we'll just wait for Lauren to get back, and when we do, we'll be able to roll her hit points and keep her the way she needs to get. Keep her character the way she would like it. All right. So with that, let's get into the game.
For context, DM, the scrolls that we spoke about earlier, are we going to do that in game?
Well, I mean, what you asked me specifically for is what would be between games. So I can tell you that as you pulled the scroll off of the scroll patch off of your robe of useful items.
There's 3 scroll patches, I think. No, there's 2.
Yeah. All right. Hold on a second. Looking through my notes.
1 glowing red and 1 glowing purple.
1 glowing red. Okay. The purple one is a scroll of Witch Bolt.
Okay.
And you said the red one?
Yes.
Okay. That one is... Oh, okay. That is a scroll of Raised Dead. Which, for your edification, is not a necromantic spell. That is actually a, for lack of a better term, because there is an actual higher level spell called Resurrection. It is essentially a bring somebody back from the dead spell. It is called Raised Dead. But it can only be used by a cleric.
It can only be used by a cleric?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is there a level on those 2 spells?
Yes. Raised Dead, I believe, is level 5. Let me just
It is.
Okay. And Witch Bolt, I believe, is level 3. Even though you might have good memory, DMs, always have your notes. I'm bad DM today. Witch Bolt is level... No. Come on. It is... Actually, no. It's a first level spell.
The Raised Dead?
No. Witch Bolt.
Gotcha.
Raised Dead is a level 5.
All right. Well, for the in between, I hand the Raised Dead scroll to Gerina.
Okay. Alrighty. Anything else? Yes.
The scroll that she just handed to me, does it say whether I need components or not?
Hold on a second. I am double checking. Everything. What's it? Yes, you still need components.
Gotcha.
Out of curiosity, can Gerina use Witch Bolt?
I don't know, Gerina, can you?
I don't believe so. It's not in my spells, known spells.
Comet. I want to see the baby.
Alrighty.
Also, I think Raise Dead is a higher level. Revivify is level 5.
He hates.
I think if you go into your spells in your D&D Beyond, and where it says manage spells, you can look it up.
Okay. Revivify is level 3, and Raise Dead is level 5.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Grant.
All right. Any other questions?
Me.
Are we sure? Now's the time. Yeah, Raise Dead, they have to be dead. They can be dead within 10 days.
And I can only use that when I have a level 5 spell slot, correct?
No.
Oh.
You can use a higher level scroll, but you will actually have to roll to see if it's successful when you use the scroll, if you don't have the ability to cast it yourself.
Remember when Steve was still level 4, but he used a level 3 fireball, but through like a scroll?
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. I had to roll high in order to actually use it.
So for example, if the highest level spell you can only cast a 3, and you have a 500 gold diamond, you have 500 gold pieces worth of diamonds, and you want to cast the scroll, you will have to roll a d20, and you will add your wisdom modifier. And if you beat a certain DC, the scroll will work. If you don't roll well, the scroll is consumed, but the spell takes no effect.
Gotcha. Thank you, Sora.
You're welcome.
But if you can cast level 5 spells, you don't have to roll. You can just use the scroll as is. It's a automatic success. All right. Anyone else? Bueller?
Me.
All right. So if there's not anything else, let us continue. So, as of last game, you had, by the seat of your pants, survived, barely, the pit of death. Leopold's own private pit of death, where he decided that he was going to throw you into a number of rounds with various creatures. Gerina, being not only the last one standing of your group, and also the one that realized what a danger Leopold was to the group, that he was the actual threat of the entire fight. You were all transported, some of you to one place and Gerina back to Leopold's tower. Eventually you all came back together after a very awkward awakening into the Song and Supper Inn, where apparently the losers were consigned to be actors in a kind of body type of play. Thankfully, you did not partake in said play, but eventually you were transported back with Leopold and Gerina to the tower, where Leopold explained exactly what he was trying to do, how he was trying to help, and what Gerina winning actually meant. Which meant that she would now be his heir. If anything should happen to him, all of his belongings, all of the things that he has would fall into her ownership. The consolation prize for the rest of you was that, one, you were alive, and two, you get to keep all the things that you found during the fight. So with that, Leopold became a little less abrasive to the group and pledged himself to help you, but you had to pick a direction. You had to pick what your next steps would be and then inform him so he could figure out how to help you. So Gerina, you had asked specifically for, you had found in his library this odd book that seemed to have like demonic and devilish creatures within it, but there definitely seemed to be a section that had pictures of what looked like ASMR in there, but you could not read the description. So you had asked him to translate the actual section of the book, and it was a singular page. It didn't seem to be a lot, but you had rolled pretty high in your investigation check. You're searching through the books, so you were able to find this small section. So as you basically have. At this point, also, he had given, he had a heart-to-heart with Squall, and assured him that it only gets worse from here, and did give him some pocket change that he had found around the tower to distribute to the rest of you, a large sack of gold coins, as well as a disguise kit for Galen. At this point in time, Gerina, you watch as you are currently kind of making your way. I'll say this is the morning. You've already, you've all taken your long rest. You finished eating. It's probably at this point about getting close to noonish. Again, it's hard to tell time in Leopold's Tower because there are no windows whatsoever. And you haven't seen any timepieces or hourglasses or anything of that nature. But you got kind of guesstimate it's probably early afternoonish or something like that. Right before lunch, Leopold does approach you, Gerina, floating on his disc, as always, flanked by his iron golem, Norman, just kind of like keeping pace with him. And as he sees you, he's like, hey, kiddo, I got that translation for you.
Oh, hey, Leopold. Oh, cool. Thanks.
And he's basically got like a scroll in his hand. It's kind of tied off with like a small piece of rope. And he goes to hand it to you, and then he just kind of pulls back just for a second. It's probably a good idea to give you the context before you read this. Because, you were in my personal library, and, I collect a lot of books. Some of those books help me with wizard stuff. I won't bore you with the details, but some of the books I very specifically have to make sure other people don't have. Because some of them are not going to be, as benevolent as I am. So I want to kind of make sure that some they don't see the light of day, but at the same time, it's knowledge. You just don't destroy it. You don't get rid of it. Just make it really hard to get. And so the translation's going to be a little funky. Is the guy who wrote that book, what's a delicate way for me to put this? He was batshit crazy. So, I mean, read between the lines or don't. But don't take everything in this translation to heart. It is just that, yeah, this guy was knucking futs. I think is the best way to put it.
Okay. Thanks. I really appreciate your help on this.
Yeah, I wish I could be of more help. I'm not an expert in sociology and the peoples of Exandria, but I hope this does help. If you're looking for more information, though, I could probably point you in the right direction. They're not very happy with me, but they still want me to do shit for them. So I'm sure if I sent you to them, they'll give you whatever you need.
Oh, okay. That sounds great.
But here you go. And he hands you the scroll. And I am sending you. 1 second. Why is that not? I'm sending it to you right now.
Got it.
Discord, so you can take a look at that. So, as you're reading that, Leopold floats away on his disc to go check on the others of the group, who seem to be disappearing like flies. Disappearing like flies, disappearing like people who disappear. So the rest of you, what are the rest of you currently doing right now? Squall?
You're muted, Squall.
You muted.
I was just hanging about. I didn't have any plans during downtime. After the conversation with Leopold, I kind of just found myself mulling it over. Maybe. I did hand away the makeup to Galen, so I was probably last seen tagging along with Galen.
Okay.
Oh, I don't have to buy it now. Thanks.
Right.
All right. So, Sarah, what would you be currently doing right now?
I'm in my room studying my book while hanging out with Cerberus.
Okay. Are you actually putting your new spells into your book, or are you?
I already know Witch Bolt, so I'm just gonna put that to the side as a backup spell.
Okay. All right. As you are kind of going through your spell book and looking through it, as a reminder, the spell book has been acting pretty weird during the times that you've had to pull it out and use it.
That's right. That slimy feel.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna investigate that.
All right. Make an Arcana check for me, please.
21.
21. So as you are currently inspecting your spell book, the giant singular eye on the front of it is closed. And that slime, or that weird feel, that weird slimy texture, is not present currently on the book. And you begin to recall that usually that has just recently started happening when you actually are actively using the book as your focus to cast spells, or if you are inscribing or actually talking to the book, which does talk to you when you speak to it. The texture of the actual cover at first glance seems like leather, but as you begin inspecting it a little more carefully, it's a leather that you're unfamiliar with, and you actually begin questioning what kind of leather this is. Unfortunately,
I decide to cast Comprehend Languages to possibly wake Xander up, so maybe I can ask it some questions.
Okay. So you cast Comprehend Languages. So that is a spell slot that you've used. And
it's a ritual.
Well, also, okay, so you have to let me know if you're casting it ritually or if you're just casting it. If you say I'm casting it, that means use a spell slot.
Got you. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, as a ritual, so it's 10 minutes.
Okay. So you take the next 10 minutes to actually cast Comprehend Languages. And as you do, the eye on the front of the book opens. And you do begin to start seeing that the actual cover, the actual bound leather, begins to secrete this kind of slimy texture to it. It's almost like it's viscous. It's clear. It doesn't have a smell to it. But it is it's a little icky feeling on your hand. But it doesn't seem to be doing anything terrible. It's just there.
All right. So I address Xander and I say, Xander, do you know what you're made of?
Well, as far as I know, I am your book. I was created by I was created by your teachers, specifically for you. That's pretty much all I know. I mean, I get it. I know that I am a very unique kind of snowflake, but the reality is that I am just. So what I know and what I can do is kind of limited by what you put inside me and what you tell me.
I was curious about this secretion coming off of your cover.
Yeah, isn't it the darndest thing?
Yeah, it's kind of nasty too.
It actually feels pretty comfortable for me. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Would you like for me to suck it back in?
Yes, that would be nice. Thank you.
And you just watch as the secretion just goes back into the book. And the eye is still open, but as it's occasionally the eye blinks, and now that the secretion is not there, you can actually hear every time it blinks the leather creak and crack. Whereas before you didn't hear that.
I'm trying to think of which other. Just one second. Can I do investigation to maybe see if I can figure out what type of leather it is?
Well, that was what your Arcana check was.
Okay.
And so, but unfortunately, yeah, you're not sure what kind of leather it is. And you figure you might probably have to find an expert either in spellbook making or hides and leathers to maybe either give you an answer or point you in the right direction.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Do you say anything else with Derp, with Xander, or?
No, I just say, okay, Xander, thank you. You can go back to sleep now.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
And the eye closes. All right, Phoebe, what are you currently doing?
I am in the library just trying to find anything I could on either Gerina's situation. I forget what the land is called. I keep forgetting.
The Savalier Wood?
Yes, Savalier Wood. And at the same time, I'm trying to look for any books regarding the signet ring.
Okay.
Any information I can grab on that.
So
because last conversation with Leopold left me more curious than it did answer-wise.
So you did actually, those were things that you actually did previously in the library, and you were unable to find information on the Savalier Wood. And he actually and Leopold himself actually gave you all of the information he had on the ring. So while you can still look through his library, unfortunately, you can't just keep rolling, every time you go into the library to see if you find it. It's a pretty extensive library. So you figure that if the answer's not here, maybe Leopold knows where you could find the answer.
Okay. Then I'll go to Leopold and see if there are any other place I can keep looking for either one of those things.
Alrighty. So, and guys, and again, this is a reminder both to everybody who's watching and to the players. Inspirations you can also use on your rolls during roleplay. Doesn't necessarily have to be in fights. Right? So if I ask you for a roll and we're just role playing, you can use those inspirations for those rolls as well. So just bear that in mind. And thank you, viewers, for all the inspirations that you give our play, because they can make the difference depending on what they're trying to do.
Also, DM, you have a DM inspiration thanks to Grant.
I mean, thank you. All right. So with that was an unintentional muhaha. So with that, Phoebe, you find Leopold. He's not hard to find. Whenever you're looking for him, you just kind of listen to see if you can hear Norman stomping around. And you're very quickly able to find him. And as you find him, he's like, yeah, what can I do for you?
I was wondering if you had any more information given my signet ring.
Like I said before, it's definitely the candles, which is in Rexingtrum. And those usually have to do with those fuckers in the Cerberus assembly. So, if I'll put it to you this way. If you're related to those fuckers, good luck. Cause, but it's so worn, I can't get any more detail other than that. But it's pretty. Anybody who knows the candles knows that that's basically what that is. But there's definitely more to that ring. I would be very careful if you decide to go out to Rexingtrum to kind of go flashing the ring around asking questions without knowing more information. So, let's see, you and Gerina probably got the same, probably got a lot of questions. Listen, I could, if you guys want to go back to the Cobalt Archive, I'll write you a really nice letter that basically says give them whatever the fuck they want, and then maybe they can help you because they're all about knowing shit. But I don't like those guys. They're the biggest bunch of pricks in the damn empire. You want to talk about broomsticks up the ass, those guys.
I can understand your feelings towards nobility of that sort. However, if we are going forward with any of our plans, I believe it's best, despite what you've already told me, I should gather as much information on them as I can, because I fear with the way things are going, I might not have a choice.
Well, I will say, if that's the route you want to go, the Cobalt Saw's really good at keeping secrets, right? And between us, like, they don't like the Cerberus Assembly either. So, might be a good way to go.
Right then, I will start there. But I would have to say Gerina's issues take precedent at the moment, so I'll start there. Thank you, Leopold.
All right, no problem. You probably want to talk to her and maybe like coordinate, and because if a bunch of you decide you want to go there, I'll just take you there.
All right then, I'll talk to Gerina. Thank you.
All right. That's it?
All right, and then yes, thank you.
Bye. And he just floats away.
And then I go to find Gerina.
Okay.
After Galen, I want to see if I can find Leopold and ask him if he can teach me anything.
All right. Galen, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna go to Leah's room and ask for some more rogue training.
All right. What kind of rogue training? I'm curious.
I guess lock picking would be a good one.
Okay.
And continuing the study of thieves' cant.
Leah, do you actually help him with that, or do you send him packing? Like what happens?
We have a deal. I am going to teach him.
Okay. All right. So I will say that if you are actually looking, I'm not sure where you're kind of going with this, but and you don't have to tell me. I'm just going to throw it out there. And again, this is good information for everybody to have. Is if you are looking to train either in a language that you don't know or a specific skill you don't know, and it's not moving towards multi-classing, right? If it's just, I want to learn how to I want to be proficient in a weapon, or I want to be proficient in this armor or something like that. You all can absolutely do that, but it is going to take you amount of time, and it will also cost you money to do that as well. So anything that you're trying to learn, if it's just role play, it's not going to cost you a damn thing. It's just going to cost you role play. But if you're actually looking to do that, let me know. You don't have to let me know while we're playing. You can tell me in between games. But let me know what you're trying to do, and I will tell you how many hours of training it's going to take and how much gold it will cost for you to actually get that. And I will forewarn you that most of the time, things like this take actually about anywhere between 4 to 6 weeks of training and a couple of hundred gold to actually get there. It is not just role play and I now can do this thing. Everything, because even just like, for example, Leah's teaching you how to lockpick. If that's actually something that you are looking to become proficient in lockpicking, you are going to break a shit ton of lockpicks before you learn. And so that's going to cost you, that's the materials that's going to cost you. You're going to break them off in locks, which means you're going to have to buy locks, right? So I'm not going to make you go through the whole role play of buying all of this stuff. I will just give you a kind of flat rate of it's going to cost you this much money and this much time. But if that's what you want to do, anyone can do it.
Oh. Wait, the whole lockpicking thing?
Uh-huh.
I'm apparently proficient in it. I just realized I already have. I just looked through my character sheet and I'm like, wait, these tools. Please tell me that's an inventory and it's in proficiencies. And I'm like, oh.
Alrighty. So you're just kind of brushing up on your skills.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah. If you must know, this is just a story reason to like multi-class into rogue.
Okay, no, that's fine. If that's what it is, then that's perfectly fine. It could just be RP, and then when you hit your next level and you decide to multi-class, it makes 100% sense that that's what you did. Absolutely. Alrighty. So that's what you're doing with Leah. No problem. Well, between the time that you're actually teaching Galen and doing that stuff, Leah, is there anything that you want to be doing?
There's a couple of things that I want to be doing.
Okay.
First, I have to go back to my room, and I'd like to summon Lucy.
Okay. Well, yeah, you were able to summon Lucy last time because they had completely been unsummoned. So you spent 10 gold worth of the incense that Leopold gave you, summoned Lucy, and now you can snap Lucy in and out at will until such time as Lucy either hits 0 hit points or you decide to change Lucy's shape. But Lucy basically does that already.
Okay. Whoa.
Oh.
Sorry.
No problem.
I have. What was I gonna say? Did everybody go shopping without me?
No, they're all still.
Okay.
Everybody's still in the tower. Nobody's gone anywhere yet.
Okay. I'd like to speak with Varus, please.
Okay. Yeah, he's been watching you, especially as you were summoning Lucy, and has been uncharacteristically quiet for a while. And you did not actually see him through the whole fight in the pit.
So is that indicative of him not being able to be there, or?
You're not sure.
Yeah.
You can ask him if you want. I mean, he's right there.
I am. Yeah. Where were you? Oh, we were getting our asses handed to us.
I did not feel like being part of that shit show. Yeah, if all of a sudden I appear, guess what? I am going to get attacked too. No, thank you.
We could have used your advice anyway. Did you watch at least?
Yes! How did I know it was a shit show?
So tell me what we missed. What was going on that I didn't see?
What you didn't see was a little crazy wizard up there playing puppet master with his wiggly woos and his fingers and just constantly going, clearly running the entire show, and you were all just on top of each other and scared of the things coming out of the gates. It was just, oh, wow. Like, just wow. You all, look, the plan was to use them all as meat shields and then just run. You should have just played dead, right? Let them do all of the work. And then when clearly that crazy wizard would probably have to I don't know if he cleans house with the dead bodies or what have you, and then you would just get up and leave, of course, take all their things before you go. But that was completely insane.
Oh, I agree with you. I said early on that we should have knocked him out, and they all thought he would kill us.
Look, that crazy little man is going to get you all killed.
He is, and he's going to laugh while he's doing it. And we all ended up being meat shields. So,
look, I'll be very honest. After the crazy druid, just literally on the very first round, was in the jaws of the alligator, just unconscious, bleeding into its mouth. I was just like, oh, this journey just ended pretty quickly. And I thought it was I thought that was it. And then your drow friend, who's not me, very much so, just unconscious on the ground, bleeding out. I thought it was hilarious when he was trying to hand you alcohol and a rag. Like that was, I'm not gonna lie, I chuckled a little bit when that happened. Because giant alligator, here's some alcohol and a rag.
It wasn't enough to set him on fire.
I was laughing. I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to be helpful, but honestly, like I think you really have to come to a decision here, right? Because this crazy wizard literally put you in a do or die situation. And it was kind of clear to me that you were trying to help them all. So I think we really have to kind of decide, like, what's the play here? Like, do you like these people? Are we with them for the long haul, or are you just playing the long game? I'm just very curious.
We're with them for the time being, but this group definitely has to learn how to work together as opposed to almost killing each other and then running every man for himself. So, yeah, we were pretty far advanced in this now.
Right.
And it costs nearly the whole party this time. So.
Oh, yes. Yes. It was, I will say, though, all of you in makeup was pretty funny, too. I mean,
we deserved it. We deserved it after that shit show. We deserved it. And that's not the worst thing that could have possibly happened to us either.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It could have been much worse. But all right.
For the time.
Look, you know me. I've got your back. Whatever you want to do, I'll do it. But I will play, I'll play Asmodeus's advocate here every time. And just be like, well, what if this happens? Or what about this? And just so, you are well informed. But I will always back your play. I just need to know what the play is.
Well, I'm still figuring it out for right now. Right now, I don't know where we're headed. But in the meantime, apparently we're going to do construction work.
Yes, because you are also suited to construction work. Sure.
We'll do it for the gold. And a few extra purses along the way.
I think that would be actually like quicker and less painful.
Good point.
You know me. It's like I'm always about the easy play, and we are good at what we do.
Well, maybe this evening we'll go out and see how the town handles these things.
All right. Well, I'll always keep my eyes and ears open. You know that.
Excellent.
All right. He just kind of leans back against the wall, and he's just like staring very intently at Lucy.
Is Lucy staring back menacingly?
No, Lucy's just looking at you. A little odd. Like Lucy's head is kind of cocked and just staring up at you.
Can I use my downtime to work on the connection with Lucy so that we can see what more things we can do together?
Sure. Roll me an Arcana check.
I'm sorry, DM, does Leah have to roll up her character now? Or like...
Oh, we can unless we get into like a fight or anything, I think we can wait to break.
Okay.
I rolled a 7.
7. Unfortunately, like over the next hour or so, there's not so much like a stronger connection. I mean, you and Lucy have a pretty strong connection, but you don't glean any kind of new insights or anything new that you already don't know about Lucy. But just as a refresher, because again, we hadn't played prior to last week, for about 2 weeks. Lucy can turn invisible. She can shift. You've already seen her shift into a bat and a rat. And she does seem to have a mind of her own, but seems to be mostly dependent on you for much of her instruction. And you're not entirely sure why that is, but you've kind of gleaned that, from the battles you've had and the situations you've been in. And additionally, you also recall that you can go into Lucy's eyes, and up to a certain amount of distance, and kind of see and hear through Lucy. But outside of that, again, no major insights or anything else.
Okay.
Okay. So Rowan. Oh,
Rowan
I'm sorry.
asks.
Yeah, go ahead, Rowan.
Rowan asks where there's cleaning supplies.
So you kind of flag Leopold down, and the interesting thing is, throughout the afternoon, as you are all kind of like going about your business and going up and down the tower, visiting with each other, taking care of your own specific tasks, Leopold is very busy. Like, he is zipping up and down the tower. And again, if you don't actually see him, you definitely hear of Norman's feet as he's just following Leopold everywhere he goes. But you are able to flag him down at some point where he just stops and he goes, "What can I do for you?"
I need a mop and a bucket and some soap. Where do you keep that stuff?
I'm almost afraid to ask because it's you, but why?
We use the portable hole to carry a lot of dead bodies, and before I use it again, I want to clean it out.
He chuckles and he goes,
Follow me.
and he leads you downstairs and into a door you have not gone into before. And as he opens the door, Norman following behind him, you enter, and immediately the room was completely dark, but as he enters, you watch as just these torches just go on automatically. And you look around and you see that you are absolutely inside a wizard's laboratory. There are everything. This whole chamber is round, and even the tables are curved to fit exactly to the side of the walls. And you can see that there are beakers and bubbling of liquids, rows and rows of books. There is at least a maybe 7 or 8 foot tall cabinet with a huge iron door on it with this major lock on it. And there's just like a lot of different shelving with just weird items on it. You can see some items are just like jars with things inside. Others are just bottles that are just opaque and you cannot see what's inside of them. But as you come in, he goes,
"All right, pull the hole out and open it up."
Sure. She does.
Okay. Yeah. So you start opening up your portable hole, and as it opens to its full extent, there is that familiar sound as the hole takes its shape and becomes the hole. And as you look down into the hole, Leopold kind of like waves a finger, and one of the torches floats off of the wall and goes down into the hole. And now it's pretty well lit in there. And as he points down, he goes,
all right, so multi-dimensionality lesson number 1. Portable hole is a different dimension. Okay, it's kind of adjacent to ours, and it's really tiny. That's that hole itself right there. It is the actual. All right. Interesting point. Some of these dimensional holes are actually self-cleaning. So we're going to inspect your hole, and we're going to see how dirty or clean it is.
I also have another question before we do that.
All right, go ahead.
Can we just call it something else, like the magic handkerchief or the pocket dimension? Portable hole.
Mm-hmm.
It elicits kind of a body humor, and I've been picked on by my friends ever since I got it.
All right, well, it's yours, right? So you can call it whatever you want, but I am an archmage, and I call things exactly what they're supposed to be named, because an archmage like myself invented this. And I'm sure that when he invented it, he really sat down and he thought long and hard about what he was going to call this thing. And I'm sure he went through a multitude of names. But he came up with the portable hole. And so, to make sure that his decision of naming this the portable hole was honored, it is the duty of every wizard and archmage in existence to call things what they are named. So, you can call it Henry, you can call it the portable magical dimension from La La Land, whatever you like, that's cool. I will continue to call it the hole, the portable hole, because that is what it is called.
Okay.
All right, so let's take a look, shall we? And he begins to he kind of floats down. You actually, as you're kind of like leaning over, you feel these two large hands grab you, and you look up, and it's Norman, and he kind of holds you, oddly very gently, for an iron golem, and he just jumps into the hole, and then kind of places you very, very gently down.
Thank you, Norman.
So, yeah, no, it looks
Gotta
pretty
get some stairs installed.
All right. Well, it seems pretty clean. So this is one of the self-cleaning ones. So that's pretty good. I would not kind of put it to the test. It was probably like just minuscule, detritus and things like that. That was just kind of like, the longer your hole was closed, it would just kind of self-cleaning itself. But I wouldn't between you and me, I wouldn't keep anything like dead in there for long periods of time. Because you just don't want to test it. I've seen some portable holes that were not self-cleaning, and people just kind of left some shit in there for years, and then they went back, and holy fuck, was it dirty? Just rotten and stinking and just nasty,
Out of game, I kind of forgot about all the stuff that's in here. Can we go over again what's in here?
Right now?
Do you have a list? Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be right now.
No. I mean, you mean what's in the hole right now?
Yeah.
That is a list that you should be keeping.
I know.
Okay, so what's inside of it?
There were chests of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And things.
How oddly specific. All right. Well, during this whole time, Leopold is not doesn't seem to really care about like the actual items. He seems to be like looking for like blood and anything that could have come from like the bodies and such. And there's none of that in the hall.
Well, that's awesome. I'm so glad that I don't have to like get a bucket and mop every time, something nasty is thrown in here.
And it's a good idea. Every excursion to check your hull, because it's just the safe thing to do. You want to make sure, one, you're taking inventory of what's in your hull, but you want to also make sure that depending on what you've put in your hull, that you can get it out also.
Excellent advice, sir.
Hey, you know me. I got 1,000,000 of them.
Do you know how much a rapier costs?
Not offhand, because I'm a wizard and not a rapier salesman.
Well, you know so many things. I thought you might know that. Might be stuck away in your trivia brain somewhere.
I'm not a slashy whirly fighter guy, so that's not something I would keep in my head.
I do have a confession to make. I used to be a soldier, and after I left the service, I tried to get as far away from weapony things as I could. And I realized with the Pit of Death and all of your wonderful lessons that I've been really just letting my party out to dry. And I think I should get back into fighting again just to help everyone out.
That's very insightful of you. I guess you should probably talk to Blue Boy, or Danger Girl, the one with the arrows and shit.
Yeah, she's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, no. The explosive arrows are my favorite. But yeah, if they'll probably be able to help you with the fighting stuff. But yeah, I mean, look, if you guys are going to like need to take a run into the Penta Market for some stuff, look, you should all be coordinating, figure out when you all want to go, and I'll just teleport you there.
Really, you won't mind?
No. If I offer, that means I don't mind.
Okay, you just seemed really annoyed when you came to pick us up with Galen.
Well, like I said, it was like, if you can do it yourself, or I've asked you to do it yourself, and then you're kind of a little insistent that I do it, yeah, I'm gonna get a little peeved. But if I'm offering, if I'm offering, that means I got no problem.
Okay, cool. So I climb up. Well, I would like to exit the hole now.
All right, Norman. And Norman just kind of like goes over, grabs you again, and just jumps to 10 feet, and then very gently puts you down.
Thank you, Norman.
Leopold floats on his disc out of the portable hole. You begin folding it back up until it is tiny handkerchief sized, and you put it away.
Is there anything else?
I'm gonna follow your advice and go find a fighter.
All right.
So you leave.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You leave, and Sora.
Please.
You.
I go wandering the halls looking for him.
Easy enough. You find him. He's floating about back and forth throughout the tower. Throughout the course of the day, you are able to find him.
Oh yeah. What can I do for you, kiddo?
Hi. I was wondering if you want to take a look at my spell book and possibly see what would be some better spells that I might be able to add, or if you have anything I might be able to learn.
He gives you a very curious look.
Really?
Yes.
You
I haven't been out in the world very long, and most of the spells I've learned are offensive spells.
you want to show me your spell book,
Yes.
and you want what from me again?
Maybe some advice, or possibly if you have any spells that you can teach me.
So what I'm hearing is, Leopold, please make me your apprentice.
No.
Because that's what it sounds like to me.
No, just some advice, that's all.
Because Leopold don't give it away for free.
Well, what would you like in return besides an apprentice?
He kind of strokes his very, very long beard for a moment. He goes,
You know what? Let me think about it. Follow me.
And,
all right.
And he brings you downstairs into his laboratory. Which this is the first time you're seeing it, and you can see all of the books and all of the components. You recognize some components on the shelves. You see the very, very large metal cabinet with the big lock on the front of it. And the center of the room is it seems to be just very open, like it's just circular and open. The torches light as he enters the room. He makes a motion, and one of the chairs against the wall just kind of pulls forward to like right behind you.
All right, take a seat.
I do.
All right. And as you're sitting there, he begins to float around you very slowly. And he's just kind of looking you up and down. And as he's doing, he's stroking his beard. And every now and then you hear, And as he kind of makes one rotation around you, and then he gets to the front, he looks at you, goes,
all right. My first bit of advice. You see what I did there? That was for dramatic effect.
Okay.
I did absolutely nothing. I didn't care about anything I was doing. I just wanted to make it look like I knew so. That is what every wizard, no matter how good or bad they are, should always remember. As a wizard, you better be the smartest one in the room, or you better fake it real good.
That's good advice. Yes.
All right. So that one I give away for free. I give that one free to most wizards. It's fine. So why I'm just really curious, because most wizards just don't go around saying, hey, look at my spell book, because we are really, really secretive about our spells. So strike me curious. Why the fuck do you want me to look at your spell book?
Well, I don't know that many spells. I'm rather new to. I think you know a little bit about Dragonborn mages and how we're not supposed to tell our secrets.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in with them for years. They've been stonewalling me, man.
Well, how about this? I will give you some of the history on how I was brought up and why they do what they do. And in return, you teach me 3 new spells that will come in handy.
make a persuasion check.
I suck at persuasion. Hold on. 3.
You have an inspiration.
I do, and I'm going to use it.
Okay.
Hooray! 18.
18. Okay. He kind of looks, again, this time he's really looking at you. He's like,
all right, so I'll help you out. But don't ever offer another wizard the opportunity to look at your spellbook.
I wouldn't. For some reason, I trust you, even though I don't like you very much.
That's dumb. You should not trust me. But I understand. I am me after all. Chances are I probably know everything in your spellbook. But if I really hated you, and I really wanted to be a prick, I could destroy your spellbook. And then you would be shit out of luck and have to spend all that money all over again recreating your spell.
This spell book was created for me.
He looks at you kind of odd.
Wait. You didn't make your spell book?
No, sir.
That's weird.
So I explain about Xander.
And as you show him the spell book and the eye opens up, you go, holy fuck!
The hell is... Why does your book have an eye and why is it moving?
He's sentient.
He looks at you almost for the first time as if he's never seen you before. And he looks, he goes, are you one of those scribe mages?
Absolutely.
You guys are super rare. Holy fuck. Yeah, I want to take a look at your spellbook. May I?
Xander, is it all right?
Well, if you want me to, then it's fine. Normally I don't work for anybody but you, so, you probably won't hear me, and, I will not spill my secrets.
Okay. So I hand Leo the spell book.
Okay. You hand him the spell book and the eye closes.
I explain to Leo, you might feel some secretion on the outside.
He looks at it and he almost drops it when you say secretion. But then he stops and he just kind of like,
all right, I got it.
And you watch as he tries to open the book and the book won't open.
I put my hand on the book.
As you put your hand on the book, the eye opens, but it still doesn't, the book itself doesn't open.
All right, it looks like I'm going to have to open it for you and turn the pages.
All right, look. Let's have a conversation before this gets even weirder than it already is. And then we can figure it out, because this is pretty complicated. I've never seen a sentient spellbook before. This is a new one for me. And I've seen a lot of shit.
Well, I'm glad I can surprise you a little bit.
All right. Well, okay.
And so for the next hour or two, you begin to tell him a little bit about who you are, the process of you becoming a scribe, a mage scribe, you being given the spell book, and also not really understanding like how it's talking to you or why and all of those things. And he's fascinated. He's listening to every single thing you're saying. And he's just kind of like nodding and very intently listening to everything. And after about an hour and a half, he's like, oh, okay. All right, so let's call this like the beginning of our conversation, right? You've given me a lot here. That's a lot to chew on. I'm gonna have to think about some things. See if I can help you out. But as far as spells, I guess my first question to you is, what is your speciality? Like, what do you see yourself being a specialist in?
One moment.
Because when I first started out, I was an evocationist. I liked blowing shit up. So that was my main field for the first 30 years. I learned everything I could. Every fire spell, every acid spell, every frost spell, anything that could freeze, kill, explode, or fuck someone. That's what I learned. But then I learned it all. And then I realized there's so much more out there to learn. And then I decided to become a specialist in enchantment magics. Stopped using that because it was really, really expensive. So I've kind of like, I can do it if I have to, but boy, do I gotta dust off a bunch of books for that one. But then, transmutation. Love transmutation. Taking one thing and turning it into another. Oh yeah. Good stuff.
That sounds interesting. I think I'm already headed in the evocation area because a lot of my spells are acid, frost, or fire, and then I have my fire breath. But I want to be able to help my team, my adventure mates, in a fight that will be, like not just mage armor or, stuff like that.
All right. So you too want to learn how to blow shit up.
I mean, if it's for the good of the group, I suppose.
No. What is going to be the thing that you're going to love to do the most? Because one day, your teammates will all be dead. And then you will have all this magic that was for them and not for you. So, make sure whatever magic...
that's going to help me survive money-wise and in the wild. So, maybe transmutation?
He kind of looks at you for a moment and he goes,
all right. Yeah, you'd make a terrible apprentice. You keep cutting me off.
I'm sorry.
Transmutation. All right. Let me go through some of my spells and see what I can teach you. And then you're going to write it in your weird spell book there, right?
Mm-hmm. And it takes me, I don't know, a fraction of the time it would if it were just a regular book.
That's what I've heard. I want to see that.
I'd take out my quill.
Well, actually, you don't take out your quill. You summon your quill.
Okay,
which just
I summon my quill.
Which just floats right there. He's like, oh, that's fucking cool. All right. Let me take a look here. And you watch as he goes over to the large metal cabinet that has a lock on it, and you just watch him pass right through it. As if he were like a ghost. He just walks up to it and then walks right through it and disappears.
Considering everything I've seen, this does not surprise me.
He comes back maybe like 2 or 3 minutes later.
All right. So, you kind of want to blow shit up, but you're also interested in transmutation, changing the primal forces of one thing into another. All right.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And also, because you are a wizard, you probably want to get out of situations pretty fast, too. I could teach you Expeditious Retreat.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, yeah, it makes you fast as fuck. You want to talk about getting out of bad situations in a hurry? Expeditious retreat. Let's see. I could also teach you. Let's see. Considering that. Let's see. You guys were almost dead in the first round. I could teach you how to bark skin yourself.
Bark skin sounds good. So what does that add to my armor?
Well, you can not only make it for yourself, but you could do it to other people. Your armor class can't be less than 16, no matter what armor you're wearing. So it lasts about an hour.
Okay.
You got to concentrate on that shit. Actually, no, you
Right.
don't. Actually, hold on. No, you don't.
Oh, that's useful.
Wait. Oh, yes, you do. Sorry. Memory comes and goes. You know, that happens when you're 109 years old. But I could teach you Expeditious Retreat. I could teach you Arc Skin. Let's see, what's another good one for you? Wait a minute. You can't see in the dark, can you?
Actually, yes, I can.
Oh, you can. All right. Never mind. How about I'll give you a choice. I'm not going to teach you both, but you got to choose. Heat metal or enlarge reduce.
Enlarge reduce.
All right. So let's get to work. And he reaches into his large robe sleeve and pulls out his spellbook. And it is beautiful. It and gaudy as fuck. It is big. It is like a large grimoire. It is red velvet, and it's encrusted with all of these different like gems on it. You can see what look like diamonds, rubies, emeralds, all along the cover, the spine, the back. There is actual gold filigree metal, like along the actual border. There is what looks like a lock, like a leather strap with a lock on the front of it. The lock itself looks like it's made out of platinum. And as he kind of pulls it out and he puts it down, he makes a few gestures, and the lock pops open, and he begins to open up the book. And inside, you can see that the book itself has got to be at least 8 or 9 inches thick. It is a tome. It is not a spell book. And as he opens it up and he begins thumbing through the pages, he immediately flips to a page almost instinctually. And as he does, it's right on Expeditious Retreat, which is a first level spell. And because you are a scribe mage, remind everybody how quickly you are able to do this. It should be in your description.
One moment.
Let me know if you need assistance. This is also a good way for everybody to remember all of the cool things that they can do.
It takes me 2 minutes per spell level.
Okay. So over the course of 2 minutes, you begin
inscribing Expeditious Retreat into your spellbook, which has opened. And Leopold is very quietly just watching you and just hovering over your shoulder as you very, very quickly are able to translate the spells from his page. And you can see, and again, this is unique to all wizards. Every wizard has a sort of cipher that they use that is very specific to their spells, which is why it takes most wizards, when they find a new spell, some time to actually translate it into their own cipher, into their own type of spell casting. And because of your training and because of the specific magics you wield, every now and then Leopold goes, yeah, well, if you see over here, and he tries to explain what this particular sequence of arcane runes means. You're already 5 steps ahead of him. And you are just flying through. And in 2 minutes, you have inscribed Expeditious Retreat into your spellbook. And he just kind of floats back and he just kind of looks at you and he goes, well, damn. Normally that takes like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
How? That's so. I got questions.
I explain about the quill.
Yeah, and he continues, and he kind of grills you a little bit, and then he goes, "Oh wait, no. I don't want to forget. Let's do the other ones." And so now you have Expeditious Retreat as one of your spells. Barkskin is a 2nd level transmutation spell. And you begin to inscribe that. That one takes you 4 minutes to inscribe. And the whole time, he's just watching you, and you can see him shaking his head, and every now and then just scratching. And under his breath, fuck. And then after 4 minutes, you now have Barkskin in your spell book. And he goes, "Jeez, I don't think I can live long enough to become another specialist in something else, but I'd really like to learn that trick."
Well, I would ask that you don't tell anybody about us. I'm not supposed to tell anybody about us, but I didn't agree with the way I was being brought up or what I was being trained to do. So. No worries. Mum's the word. But here's the last one. And he pulls the book further open to enlarge, reduce. And that is another 2nd level spell. And again, in another 4 minutes, you just writing it in your book. And he's just shaking his head. And as you finish, he goes, "That was 5 hours of inscription." Mm-hmm.
That you just wrote in 9 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Oh, before I forget, he goes over to a couple of his shelves and he begins pulling things off the shelf. He goes and he gives you a very, very small sack and he puts it in front of you. He goes, "All right, that's a pinch of powdered iron. You need that as a component for your enlarge, reduce spell."
Oh, thank you.
All right. Yeah, because remember, components, very important. You don't do weird shit with components, do you?
Not at all.
It's just, I just thought. He throws down in front of you. Just it looks like wood shavings. He goes, "You're gonna need just put that in your component pouch. That's for the bark skin." And then he just kind of like looks at you, goes, "You don't need shit for the expeditious retreat. It's fine."
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. But all right. So listen, your friends really look like they gotta go to multiple places to do certain things. So you should probably talk with them, figure out what the game plan is, and then let me know. And once you are done, like whatever the fuck it is you're gonna do, and you're actually gonna go, before you go, and he seems to be very like having a hard time saying it, and he goes, "I would like for you to teach me how to do what you just did. Is that a thing? Can you do that?"
DM, am I able to do that?
Make a general Arcana check. Make an Arcana check for me, please.
19.
18. You can go through the motions. As far as you know, you can show him exactly how you summon the quill. You can tell him how you were taught. Whether he will actually learn and pick up from that, you're unsure. But it's the spell book that you have. You're not entirely sure about.
Okay. So I tell him I can attempt to teach you. I'm not sure if it'll work for you.
Yeah. Well, I would appreciate the attempt. Very much.
No problem at all.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right.
Do you know of an expert in leather? I'm trying to figure out what my book is bound in.
What do you mean? Like,
So I show him the leather cover.
yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm not touching it again. It's weird. It's super weird. I get it. You're trying to figure out what kind of leather?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You mind if I tried identifying it?
Sure.
So he begins casting a spell. It seems similar to an identify spell, but there's a few different kind of inflections that he uses, and it's just slightly different. And as he does, you watch as his eyes flash blue, and he kind of like, "Oh fuck." Well, that's damn weird.
That is beholder skin.
Oh my. Okay.
You know what a beholder is, right?
I DM.
Roll an Arcana check for it, please.
I got a 10.
10. You've heard of them? You've heard they're nasty. You've heard they got big eyes, a big eye, and then little eyes. But all you really know is that you shouldn't mess with them.
So I tell him that.
Yeah. He goes,
Oh yeah, you. I got a lot of questions, and I have a feeling you don't have a lot of answers. Which means that you know what? Look, just go talk to your friends. I'm gonna do some research and maybe come up with some answers. I don't know. This has been a really weird day.
Well, I really appreciate your advice and the spells and such. And whatever I can answer and help you with, I will.
All right. Sure.
he seems really
Nonplussed.
off. Yeah, he seems very off than he normally is.
All right. So, yeah, you should, go talk to your friends and, We'll talk later.
All right. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for taking such good care of Cerberus.
Oh, she's a good puppy. It's fine.
Yeah, she is. She's a sweetheart.
Yeah, for like a big ass dire wolf, I'm surprised she hadn't tried to tear up Norman.
Nope. She's just like any other puppy.
Yeah, that's pretty weird too. Like, did your teachers give her to you too?
No, I found her.
Okay. Just curious. All right. So yeah, go talk to your friends and figure out the plan, and then let me know.
Alrighty. Thank you again. And I go in search of Gerina, Phoebe, Rowan, and the rest of the crew.
Okay. So you all kind of gather together again to figure out the plan. That is where you are currently at. You are probably upstairs in the actual sitting room, the all-purpose room, essentially, which is, during the morning, it's where you eat breakfast. In between meals, it is just a completely different setup with the very comfortable rounded cushions and couches and a very plush carpet in the middle. That is probably where you all are at this point, unless somebody is doing something completely different. And that is where you all meet up. So what would you like to do?
I start interrogating the fighters on how much a sword costs. Who's the first one I see?
You see Squall and Phoebe, whoever you want to run up to.
Hey, Squall, how you doing?
Fine.
Do you know how much a rapier costs?
Off the top of my head, no. Free
Okay.
if you get it off a corpse.
That's true. We haven't had many corpses with just a plain little rapier, though. Most of them had like nasty giant swords and stuff.
I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to find, a basic light sword. But I also
probably
I
wind up
also
going
don't think
to
it'll be that expensive in the market. And compared to a little purse we recently collected, I think you should be able to afford a basic weapon.
Thanks.
Sure.
I sit down at the table.
So you
Hey,
all awkwardly stare at each other.
Sounds right.
Guys, so we're headed to the Savalier Wood next, correct? But after we get supplies.
I believe that was the plan.
Yeah. I would like to see if there's a shop that has scrolls and such.
Well, you do remember that the Invulnerable Vagrant did sell scrolls.
Okay.
I'm sure we can find some.
I mean, you guys can do whatever. I'll just head over there super quick and we can agree to meet back at Norman, I suppose.
I think we're all going together. Do we have to tell Leo where we're going?
Did we let Leo know what our plans are? He was
I don't think
waiting.
so. I don't think so.
You hear at the bottom of the stairs, no!
He has to transport us too if we want to go to the market. He's offered. He was very nice about it.
Yeah, and I have to speak to him again before we leave anyway. So if you guys want to go on ahead.
I'm gonna use this time to rest, and I'll wait here when you guys are ready.
Sorry, you're muted for some reason?
No, he's not muted. I just heard him.
I said Sarah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, you're muted. Oh no.
Your mic went to shit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It does this with Discord only. It's weird. I was just for the third time. Okay, you can stay here. I think Phoebe said that she wanted to go to the Cobalt Archives. Does anybody else need to go there too?
No, not I.
I'll go with you.
All right. Can somebody just get some more healing potions?
I'll go get healing potions. I'd like to get some other supplies as well.
I
Okay.
tear off the patch of 4 healing potions, and I show Gerina what I have.
Yeah, you just watch as she kind of rips off the patch, and as she does, it kind of shakes for a moment, and then in her hand are actually it's like a little wood crate that has 4 healing potions.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. But now where are you gonna put them?
I'll put them in my pack.
Oh, okay. I think we should still get some more just in case. It's gonna be a long journey. We never know what we're gonna come across.
This is true.
Alright, so if Phoebe and Rowan don't need any supplies, the 3 of us can go to the Cobalt Archive while everybody else goes supplies.
I hand 100 gold to Leah. Leah, do you think you can find me a fine weapon for this amount?
I'll see what I can get you.
I'll pay you the difference if it costs more.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So what exactly is the plan? Who is going where? Squall, you said you're staying in the tower?
Yep, because they're just going off for a couple of errands, so.
Okay. Phoebe, Rowan, and Gerina are going to the Cobalt Soul. Okay. Leah, Sora, and Galen are going healing potion shopping?
No, I'm staying to speak to Leopold and try to teach him how to do what I do.
All right, so Leah and Galen, healing potion shopping.
Yep.
All right. So you let Leopold know what your plan is. He very quickly scribbles something on a piece of parchment, rolls it up, puts a wax seal on it, and hands it to Gerina. He's like, all right, so when you get to the archive, you hand this to the first archivist you see, and you tell him I sent you.
Right then.
All right. And then they should be pretty cooperative after that. And just tell them what you need, and we'll see if they can help you.
Thank you, Leopold.
You got it. Let's see. And the 2 of you, and he points to Leah and Galen, you guys are going to try and find healing potions. Yeah, you probably want to stop over at Pumat's. See if he's got it first. If not, there's probably a couple other places, but if anybody's got it first, he's probably got it. All right, so just stand in front of me, and I'm just going to teleport you into the middle of the Penta Market. You guys know where to go from there. Alrighty. He begins making some very odd motions. You watch as every time he moves his hands or fingers, there's kind of like this blue energy that kind of follows like an outline. And you can see these arcane runes being transcribed into the air. And as his eyes flash, you all see this white flash. And as your vision comes back to you, you're all in the middle of the Penta Market.
again, similar to the last time you were transported into the middle of the Penta Market, there's a number of people who have just kind of like, as you just appeared right in the middle. And now there is not just you, but it's Leopold and Norman standing behind him. And he's like,
all right, so here you go. And yeah, just you know, go to the Norman facsimile, you know, back in the Tri-Spires. Get back.
Thank
See
you.
you later.
all right. He begins once again doing the same thing that he just did, and you just watch in a flashlight him and Norman disappear. So you are in the middle of the Penta Market, prepared. Some of you on your way to the Cobalt Soul Archive, and two of you going to the Invulnerable Vagrant to get healing potions. And that is where we're going to take our break. All right, so we will be back in a few moments to see what happens on the next leg of this shopping trip. Hopefully it will be quick, because some of you don't like shopping, but we will see. Clearly those who have been left behind are the ones who don't like shopping. But you know, shopping's not for, D&D shopping is not for everybody. I understand that. It's cool. But we will be back shortly, and so thank you for sticking with us so far. We'll see you when we get back. And we are back, everyone. Alrighty, so now that we are back, let us delve into the exciting world
I'll be right back.
of D&D shopping. Alrighty. Well, not technically shopping, because some of you are going to the library. That's equally exciting. Yay, libraries. So, I don't care. Look, just so everybody's aware, I don't care where any of you go. I always have a good time no matter where you guys go. So, we will go to, since Rowan stepped away, we will wait for Team Library, and we will go to Team Healing Potion. All right, so Team Healing Potion, Leah and Galen, you make your way to the Invulnerable Vagrant. Unless you want to, not necessary. We don't have to role play, or we can role play your interaction. But just to make it simple, so we can kind of get through it if you like. Pumat does have 7 regular healing potions available. And they are 50 gold apiece.
How many gold apiece?
50.
Can we take them all, please?
All right. So that is going to be 350 gold pieces for 7 healing potions. Those are just regular healing potions.
You want to split that amount, Leah?
Yes, I do.
Alrighty. Anything else? Believe Rowan gave you money for a weapon as well, right?
How much would a sword cost?
Well, she didn't tell you specifically what kind of sword. She just said, here's money, buy me a sword. So you're not sure what kind of sword Rowan wants. So you'll probably have to guess or just return to her with her money. It's completely up to you. What would you like to do?
I'm going to guess.
Okay. So you and Galen make your way over to one of the blacksmiths. There are a few in the Pentamarket. And the blacksmith, and within the blacksmiths, you are able to find pretty much an assortment of swords. You can see them, they're basic, like they're not enchanted. They're just like your basic sword. And you can see there is a scimitar, there is a short sword, there is a long sword, there is a great sword, there is a rapier, there is a morning star. You see a bunch of daggers. There's a trident, there's a war pick.
What's a war pick?
Okay, war pick. Let me see if I can find a really good picture of a war pick, because I don't think me explaining it will do it justice. Hold on.
Do they have darts?
All right, so imagine a very, very long handle, and at one end is almost, because there's multiple pictures. I'm just gonna explain it. At one end is blunt and short, almost like a hammer, and then at the other end is a very long, curved, sharp, usually metal piece that kind of like, that's the pick end.
Okay then.
But it's very specifically made for fighting, and not for, mining or anything.
What's the tackiest sword there look like?
The tackiest sword. Ooh, yes, I love me a challenge. The tackiest sword. That would be the scimitar. There is a scimitar that doesn't necessarily look like it's made for fighting. It can definitely be used for fighting if you need to, but there are literally depictions carved into the blade of goblins. And as you kind of, and the blade itself is like this rust red color, and you almost kind of like go past the thing of like, why do they have a rusty sword? And as you get closer, you realize it's not rusty. Like there's just like a rust kind of pigmentation to it. And they're clearly goblins kind of carved on it. And as you kind of look at it closer and you get a closer look, it is goblins fornicating. Just on one side of the blade. And then as you turn over the other side of the blade, you can see what looks like a large human in armor, spearing the goblins fornicating. And it's very crudely carved in. But somebody went through a lot of work to kind of make this sword. And again, looks functional. But it's just odd. The handle itself it's like curved in a very weird way. So normally with a scimitar, you have one in the front, like where it guards the hand, like it would be carved downward. The guard would be kind of downward, and then there would also be on the other side, it would be turned upward. This one is just like it looks like somebody was told this is how you make a scimitar, and then somebody who had no experience making a scimitar was following those instructions. But somehow it's on the wall. There is a big tag on it that says discounted. And like the nicest part of this blade is the leather wrapped handle. And it's just a very nice, the handle itself looks just, the leather looks like it's really well carved, and it's dyed a very light brown color. It's probably the nicest part about this.
Do the other swords have price tags?
Yeah, they all have similar price tags. It ranges. So the let's see. I'll go down the line. The greatsword says 50 gold pieces. The longsword says 15 gold pieces. The rapier says 25 gold pieces. The regular scimitars say 25 gold pieces. The one that you're looking at, it just says discounted. It doesn't say what the price actually is. The short sword is 10 gold pieces. The trident and the war pick are 5 gold apiece. And the daggers are 2 gold pieces.
Well,
Are
I'd
there
like to,
darts? Oh. Go on, Lauren.
I'd like to get a couple of daggers to have in my pack.
Okay. How many?
And 4.
Okay. So that'll be that's 8 gold pieces for the 4 daggers. So
Okay.
discount that.
And I'm going to inquire about the cost of the goblin sword.
Okay. You talk with one of the blacksmith's apprentices, this young human kid, probably no older than 21, 22 years old. He just kind of comes over, he kind of wipes the sweat from his head. He says, yeah, can I help you?
How much is that sword?
He looks at it and he kind of chuckles a little bit. That sword? Goblin fucker? Yeah, that's 5 gold pieces.
Would Rowan be able to handle the greatsword?
Greatsword is Rowan's size.
Like her actual height and stuff?
Yeah, it's huge.
Okay. All right, so what's the next one down from that? Would be a rapier?
Yeah, there's a rapier.
Just get
Rapier,
her the tacky sword.
a rapier and the longsword are about the same size. But the blade of the rapier is fairly wide and it kind of tapers to a point. The rapier itself is just a very thin blade, almost round, but very sharp.
So we'll get her the longsword, and we will absolutely take Goblin Fucker.
He kind of chuckles like, huh? Oh, okay, great. Yeah. So longsword is 15, Goblin Fucker is 5. So that'll be 20 gold pieces.
Thank you. And I hand him 20 of Rowan's gold pieces.
Okay. He takes it. He goes, enjoy? And he just kind of takes them off the wall and just hands them to you.
How could we not?
Okay. You as you kind of take it and you're leaving, you hear the apprentice go off and start talking. Yeah, something happened. You hear him talking to this like, yeah, I just sold it. Yeah, somebody bought it. No, really? Here. And you just see him give him the money over to the blacksmith.
Where would we be able to find some kind of armor enchantment?
Oh, that would be that's at the Invulnerable Vagrant at Pumat's. Oh.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Camera went down.
Oh no. Oh no.
Maybe.
My camera says it's on.
Try turning it off and turning it back on. That's the IT answer.
The camera shows that it's on, but I'm not seeing any.
Ah,
Oh,
there you
it is.
go.
Okay.
Hey. All right. Yeah. So any enchantments are for at the very least that you can go to Puma and at least inquire, because he's the one that most people, especially Leopold, has sent you to him for enchantments specifically.
Can we head there?
Yeah. So you kind of actually do a. So you left. You got your healing potions. Left. Went to the blacksmith, and now you're making your way back to the actual Pentamarket. The interior of the Pentamarket. I need. Yes, Galen.
I just wanted to know, because I'm very low on these. Were there darts in the blacksmith shop?
Yes, there were.
Okay, I'd like to get 8 of those.
Okie doke. So that is going to be. Hold on a second. Where are they? Of course. 1 second. How many did you say?
8.
8. All right, that's 40 copper pieces.
Or 4 silver.
Yep.
Okay.
As these are just very simple throwing darts.
Yeah. I give him 4 silver.
Okay. Yeah, so easy enough. You get your darts. Leah and Galen, I need you both to make perception checks for me. As you are leaving the blacksmith and making your way back to the Invulnerable Vagrant.
19 plus 8 is 27.
Okay. Galen?
11.
So you begin making your way to the Invulnerable Vagrant. You just left the blacksmith. It's getting later in the afternoon. It's probably like around 4:30, 5-ish, of somewhere around that time. And as you're making your way through a particular area where you actually have to walk in between some buildings. Leah, you notice it first. You hear what sounds like something small fall from above you. And almost instantaneously as that happens, you both hear a voice as someone steps in front of your path. And Leah, you look up, and immediately to your left, where the noise came from, up on a roof, you see 3 individuals. You look to the right, and you see 4 more on the roof on the right. And they all have short crossbows in their hands. And they're basically hunched over, leaning down, pointing the crossbows down at both you and Galen. And Galen, you don't notice them at all, but you do notice the individual who just stepped in front of your path. And as he kind of like walks in front of your path, what did you want to do, Leah?
I wanted to ask him, how can I help you?
As you ask him that, he pulls his hood back. And you recognize him. This is Roderick. And he goes, well, isn't that the question of the day? How can you help me? Well, I'll tell you how you can help me. You and your friend there, you come very, very quietly, follow me. Someone would like to have a chat with you.
At a game, who's Roderick?
This is the guy you chased down unsuccessfully when you were in the forest fighting the 2 factions.
So the Myriad.
Seems that way.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
There's 8 people above us with crossbows.
There's 7.
And what are our options for escape? Are there any pathways? Is there a crowd ahead of us? Is there anything we could use as a distraction nearby?
There is. You can actually, if you want to, there is the way you actually just came into this kind of like alleyway. There doesn't seem to be anybody behind you, but you are definitely flanked on both sides from above with these individuals with crossbows. And then you have Roderick, who's kind of standing right in front of you. So you absolutely can try to run the opposite way. But yeah, you can go back the way you came, but you might have issues.
Galen, what do you think?
I'm assuming there's multiple guys, right?
Well, you only see Roderick.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I said I'm assuming.
Well, no, you wouldn't assume that. You kind of see Leah next to you, and then Roderick in front of you. She asks him, "How can I help you?" And then he says that. So you don't assume at this point. You don't assume that because you're just kind of looking at Roderick. You don't know that there's other guys.
They could take him, right?
And the others?
There are others.
There's always others.
That's true. There. I look behind us. There's no one blocking our other path.
Nope.
I say we bolt it, and I'll cover you. We bolt it the other direction.
I think we're gonna run, and I'm gonna tell Lucy mentally, rip out his eyes for Roderick.
Okay. All right. So I need you both to roll initiative.
9.
Okay.
You have a group inspiration.
I'll try it.
3 plus 5 is 8.
Oh no.
Okay.
Lauren, do you want to use group inspiration or nah?
Not for this.
I think we still have 2, so.
We do, but we don't want to use both of them just for initiative.
All right.
Yeah, not for initiative.
Okay. So Roderick goes first as he rolled an 18. And he kind of puts his hand inside of his cloak. And he goes, if you're thinking of doing what I think you're doing, I will very, very quietly inform you that my boss would like to talk with you, which means he wants you alive. So you're not going to be hurt. This is just a conversation. Take it as you will.
Is this...
So that's his turn.
Will you ensure our safe passage back?
That's not what I was instructed to do. I was instructed to take you there. Coming back depends how that conversation goes.
Galen, we're outmanned.
All right.
So are you standing down?
For the moment, but we're going to remain ever vigilant for a way to escape this before we get anywhere.
Yeah,
right.
Can I do an insight check?
For what?
Roderick? Like,
what do you want to know?
Like, is he being genuine about like us, just not like him not wanting to kill us immediately?
Oh yeah, make an insight check. Do you call Lucy back, Leah?
Yes.
Okay. Just interested to know.
They obviously don't know that I have Lucy, correct? Because Lucy's invisible in a mouse
as
in
far
my
as
pocket.
As far as you know, yeah.
All right, 18.
18. He, as deadly serious as he seems, he also seems very genuine in what he's saying.
All right.
He slowly takes his hand out of his robe, out of his cloak. And now you can see he's like, all right. He looks around and he does a very, very quick whistle. And as he does, where you walked in from, you watch as someone brings this small cart around. Just kind of like comes out of nowhere, around the corner, and there's like a medium-sized cart. 2 of the individuals who are above you very silently jump down. All right, so this is just to make sure you get there safely and without any questions from inquiring Crown Skull. I need you both to put your hands behind your back, please. Do you do so?
Reluctantly, but yes.
Okay. They begin to tie your hands behind your back. They then begin to tie your feet together. Anything you want to do? Or you're gonna commit to this?
I have cat's claws. I'm gonna wait till they tie me up and then shred them with my cat's claws.
Okay. After
hands and feet.
Is this rope?
This is rope. It feels like rope.
Just making sure.
It feels like rope. They then
Is it magic rope?
You don't know. It's behind you and around your feet at this point. Then they put a bag over your head. At this point, you can also now start to hear more individuals around you. And then you all of a sudden feel lifted off of your feet by a few hands. and then you are placed in a larger sack, your whole body. And then you are both gently placed, what you feel like is on the cart. And about a moment or two after you're placed into the cart, you can now feel the cart beginning to move, and you can hear it moving through the streets. Yeah.
Can we feel the direction in which it's headed?
You are pulled over and inside a sack, tied inside of a sack. You can roll a perception check at disadvantage to try and get a general idea. The DC is going to be pretty high.
I do want to roll perception, but for a different reason. So clearly Zadash is very crowded. I just want to know, is the amount of voices or the sound of like the crowd diminishing as the cart is moving?
So both of you make perception checks at disadvantage for me. Leah, what'd you get?
What was I rolling?
Perception at disadvantage.
Disadvantage, I rolled a 15. Let me see what I add. 15 and 8 is 23.
Okay. Galen, what'd you get?
18.
All right. Those are pretty good rolls for disadvantage. So, Leah, you get the sense that you begin moving north. Then you begin moving west. And then east. And then south. And then you realize very quickly that you're actually moving in a circle. And very quickly you start to guess that they're probably doing this on purpose to throw you off if you are trying to figure out which way you're going. Galen, during this journey, the thing that you begin to, the first thing you realize is that the area that you are currently in, you didn't realize it before you moved into this alley, but it actually, this was probably weirdly empty of people before you actually all walked through this area. But as the cart begins to move, and it's very confusing for you, like you're not sure which direction you're going, but you hear the normal noises of the goings on of the dash. Like people in the street, walking, talking, laughing. You hear barkers of people selling things because you are still somewhat in the Penta market. So that's not unusual. The cart, after an amount of time, you're not sure. It could have been an hour, could have been an hour and a half. Time begins. You're both pretty nervous about what's happening, and so you're a little panicky, but you're keeping it together. But it's hard to tell time with everything that's happening because you are also at the same time hitting bumps and being jostled while you're being carried around in this cart.
Oh, we're trying to escape as well, right?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, so what would you like to do?
I'd like to be trying to rip the ropes with my claws.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to recommend Lucy take a look real quick.
I will.
Okay. That's all.
All right.
I don't want to be stuck in the bag with a raging, what is she?
Closet.
Yeah.
Yeah, might not. You're not sure how it would go. So you want to just be trying to cut the ropes off of your hands?
Yes.
All right. I will say make a. and I'm gonna need a before I can see if you can reach the way the ropes are tied. I'd like for you to make a dexterity check at disadvantage for me. This is essentially you're trying to kind of like wiggle your hands and move them in a way that you can actually affect the rope and get them with your claws.
They didn't take our weapons, right?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
So the low roll was a 10, and my dexterity is +5, so 15.
15? Okay. It's a little painful, but you are able to kind of maneuver your hands in such a way that your claws are finding the edge of the rope. So now I need you to make an attack roll at disadvantage because you're essentially trying to cut through the rope. You're attacking the rope. Rope, FYI, everybody, rope has AC. It also has hit.
What do I add to attack?
This is an unarmed
My
attack.
claws?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So this is you're gonna roll your unarmed attack.
So claws are +5. I rolled a 7, so 12.
12. Does hit. So what is your strength modifier?
+2.
+2. All right, so that's 2 damage to the ropes on your hands, and you feel them snap and break. And so your hands are no longer tied.
Can I work on my feet?
Yeah, you can if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay. You begin working on your feet. Galen, is there anything you're trying to do?
Well, I'm assuming my darts have also been taken away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess I'll try to wiggle them a bit, like wiggle my wrists a bit, see if it gets loose at all. If nothing, then
So what I will do is make a strength check for me at disadvantage because you are restrained.
It's not saving throws, it's just normal strength.
No, just a strength
Got it.
check. At disadvantage.
$11.
11. You are pulling against these ropes. They're tied really tight. You're having a hard time wiggling it or even loosening them up. All right. So about a time goes by, and you begin to feel the cart slow down. Leah, make me another attack on the rope.
19 and 17.
Yeah, that definitely hits. And yeah, you are able to pull the rope off of your feet. You can both feel that the cart is actually slowing down and coming to a stop.
Does it still sound normal? Like just normal people?
It sounds like people are still in the streets. Sounds like Galen, you feel it first. Someone pulls you up in the bag, and you feel like you are over someone's shoulder. Leah, you begin to feel the same thing. Do you do anything?
Not right now.
Okay. You feel movement. You feel like you're on somebody's shoulder, or you've basically been thrown over somebody's shoulder. You are now walking. You can feel this individual, your particular individuals walking towards somewhere. You can now hear some very muffled talking, and it sounds like you have entered some room. There's some more talking. You hear a door open. You feel that you continue to walk, and you definitely hear what sound like stairs. You hear some more talking, a guttural voice, and you continue to make your way, being hoisted by an individual. Galen.
Do we hear what the voices are saying, or
Make perception checks at disadvantage.
$16?
16. Leah?
16, 8 plus 8.
Okay. You catch bits and pieces. Both of you kind of hear when you first entered the room. Yeah, we got the packages. All right, hey, come on. And then the door opens. You walk down these stairs. And then you hear, there's the inn. We got what he wanted. And then you hear, yeah, over there. And then now at this point, you feel yourselves being walked over. And then very, very suddenly and violently, you get thrown to the ground. You both take 4 bludgeoning damage as you are very violently thrown to what feels like a stone floor. You feel the bag that you are in being yanked off of you. And as you do, Leah, you feel a swift kick to your gut. This one's trying to escape. Look, she already cut her bonds. The gentleman said not to touch him. Just tie her back up. And they violently begin to grab your hands and begin to tie them up. Do you let them?
I'm going to fight as hard as I can. Kicking, scratching, screaming, the whole 9 yards.
Okay. Galen, you don't see this yet, but you hear this. You can hear her. Leah, make an attack at disadvantage for me. Because the bag has not been pulled off your head yet.
19 and an 11, so unarmed attack is +5. 16?
16? Yeah, that's a hit. Roll damage. Unarmed. That's actually it's 2 damage. All right, so you haul off and hit whoever's trying to kind of grab your arms, and you feel wetness as it feels like you hit somebody's nose, and it's just now blood. Oh, fuck! She fucking broke my nose! And you hear at least a half dozen people laugh. And then you hear Roderick, all right, look, enough of this shit. Just tie her the fuck up. Come on. And then you feel another person grab your arm, and then another person grab your legs. You continue to fight?
I'm going to make a show of it, that I'm not putting up with it. But yeah, I'm going to let them tie my arms back up.
Okay. So you just kind of struggle. They definitely not making it easy for them. But they tie your hands up behind your back. It's a little tighter now. It's a lot more painful. And this time they actually hog tie you, to make sure that you are not getting out. As they finish, they pull the hood off both of your heads. And as your vision begins to clear, you look around and you look like you're in some sort of bar. And surrounding you are about 25 individuals, all wearing black armor, wearing hoods over their heads. Some of them are just kind of like leaning up against a bar, kind of staring at the two of you. Some of them are just around you, and you can see a few of them just kind of like laughing at what you happened. And you can see one guy just holding his nose like, Oh, and there's just blood pouring down. Fucking bitch, break my nose! Galen?
Just as D&D note, or Dungeon Master note, I still have my Hat of Disguise on.
Mm-hmm.
Just letting you know.
Sure. And as this is all going on, and a couple of them are laughing, you hear Roderick say, "Look, just shut up. Just go to the doctor, fix it up. Just shut up, because you're gonna disturb him." And you hear in the background, "Oh, he's already disturbed." And immediately everybody goes quiet. And you can hear a set of footsteps begin clicking, walking on the stone. You can hear a pin drop. And you're both kind of just lying on your stomachs with your heads up, especially you, Leah, kind of hogtied the way you are. And walking towards you, and with the path instantly being cleared, you see a fairly tall individual. Teal blue skin, dark black hair, comes down to a widow's peak, with a Van Dyke. He's wearing a very, very flowing silk dark blue shirt, silk breeches with knee-high leather boots that are polished, impossibly bright. On all of his fingers are a number of different rings. And he just kind of very, very quietly just walks over to both of you, kind of looks down. "I thought there was 7. Roderick was like, "Oh, these are the first 2 we can find. They've been jumping around." Just puts his hand up. Roderick instantly quiets. He just kind of looks and says, "Well, I guess we'll just wait till the rest of your friends arrive before we have our conversation. I don't like to repeat myself." Sora, put him in the room. He turns around. He walks away. And immediately coming behind him, you see this large Goliath woman. She just comes over to both of you, grabs you both by the scruff of your necks, and just lifts you both up. Roderick goes in front of her. They open up a door, and she just unceremoniously tosses you in. You are both kind of like on the, towards the ground, so you don't take any extra damage. And then they close the door. And you are now both in a room. It's kind of musty, doesn't smell really good, but it's completely dark. Both of you have dark vision. So you can kind of see this looks like some sort of storage room. There's a couple of crates. There's some barrels in the side. There's some shelves. You can see some hay on the ground. But that is currently where you are.
Can I start attacking at the ropes again?
Go for it. This is definitely the AC for this is going to be higher, considering that they trust you up pretty good and they actually added more rope.
I rolled 2 18s. What was it? Unarmed attack?
Unarmed attack.
So that's 23.
Okay. Yeah, you start cutting away at the rope. You feel like it's going to take you a while, but you're definitely in the process of doing this. Galen, is there anything you want to do?
Hey, where's Lucy? She might be able to cut us out of here.
Do I get my hands free yet?
Not yet. Again, you've been extra tied. So it's
Okay.
I would say over the course of the next hour or so, it's going to take you a couple of attempts to try and break out.
The most I'll probably do, since I tried getting out once, I'm just gonna tuck my legs in and try to get my arms in front of me, not like tied behind me. That's all I do.
Roll a dexterity check for me. At disadvantage, because you are tied and restrained.
22.
22. Yeah, without a doubt. You begin making your way out and kind of slipping your legs through until you can get your hands out in front of you. About 10 minutes go by, and you feel like both of you are making some good progress. Until you hear right above you. And you look up, and somewhat hidden in the rafters, but not now after laughing, is the creepiest looking gnome you've probably ever seen. Just staring down at you through two beams of wood. And he's got this goofy grin on his face. And he's like, and he jumps down and immediately hits you both over the head. You are now both unconscious. Team Library.
Yes.
You make your way over to the Cobalt Soul. While all of this is going on, you make your way over to the Cobalt Soul. As you get there, you've been here before. So you see the large gate in front. There is an archivist in front with the basically by the sign-in book. And as you arrive, he goes, yes, how may I help you?
Hello there. I have this scroll from Leopold, the Archmage. And I hand it to him.
The eyebrow raises. Takes it from you. Cracks the seal. Opens it. Reads it for a moment. Closes it. Follow me, please. And just walks you into the front of the Cobalt Salt Library. So it is Gerina, Rowan, and Phoebe, right? All right. You make your way inside. The archivist, please wait here just for one moment. And leaves, seems to go through a back door. Comes back maybe about 5 minutes later, and there is another individual behind him. A dwarven, this very stout dwarven, stocky, these two long blonde braids just kind of like hanging down from his chin. His hair impeccably brushed and combed, slicked back into two braids that also hang down over his neck, down his back. And he's wearing archivist robes that seem to be a little more important than the archivist that you were just talking with. And he walks over to you, and he goes, "Hey, so Leopold sent you, eh?"
That's right.
All right. I am Archivist Dumnin. You can call me Tholrig if you're so inclined.
I'm Gerina. This is Phoebe. That's Rowan.
Hello.
I have to ask before we get started. Is his offer genuine?
Yes.
Make a persuasion check, Gerina.
Despite my quick yes, I got a 9.
Kind of looks at you. Kind of scratches at his forehead for a moment. It's like, we gotta take the chance. All right. So what do you need to know? And we'll see what we can do to help you.
I need to know more about Asimars. Apparently that's what I am, but I know nothing of what I am or why.
All right. Okay. You getting this down, and then the other archivist is actually writing as you're talking. All right. Is that all, or is there anything else?
Phoebe?
I would like to get some information on any noble families in Rexingtrum. Family history, titles, anything that you can find.
Can you come a little more specific than that? There's a lot of noble families in Rexington.
I look at Phoebe and kind of like give her like a nod.
So I take off my signet ring and I apprehensively hand it to him.
He takes it, he goes, what do you want me to do with this?
That's a signet ring of one of the noble families. If you can find anything in regards to that specific emblem, please bring it to me.
He kind of gives it to the other archivist. He says, all right, we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
All right. How about you? And he points to you, Ron.
Oh, she's my cousin. I'm here just to help her out. If you guys have lots of tomes to go through, I'll help.
Sure. All right. So that's it. Just signet information and Asimar. All right. All right. Let's we'll take a look and see what we can find. Follow me. So Gerina, I need you to make an investigation check. This is going to determine how much information you find with their assistance. Phoebe, I'm going to need the same thing from you. Rowan, you can assist them, but you have to pick one or the other.
I'm going to use
Which
my
one of you needs my help more?
Phoebe.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Looks like we're working together, Phoebes. And the first thing I do is look around, make sure the scribes and scholars are out of sight. Are there books everywhere?
No, you are not left alone. They are with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, you said investigation?
Yes. What'd you get?
17.
17. Gerina, what'd you get?
Even when I used my my personal inspiration, I still ended up with a 5.
Ooh. Okay. All right. So, Phoebe, as you're all walking together, and the archivist is kind of like, you actually wind up going to multiple floors as both of the archivists begin kind of looking through certain books, and they take the ring, and every now and then you can see them like comparing pictures or reading notes in a book. And then Thulgrim will just kind of, no, and he'll close that book and continue to the next book. And they do this about half a dozen times. Oop. What did we lose?
Torias.
Galen got whacked.
Oh no! That's what happens when you get in strange closets with creepy dwarves, creepy gnomes. So yeah, that happens for for the next like half hour, 45 minutes. You're kind of like walking back and forth up and down the stairs until he opens up a book and goes, aha. Oh. Ooh. And he kind of looks at you and hands you your ring back. And he goes, what is your last name, please?
Hawthorne.
nice. Would you please follow me? All of you. And they begin to walk to, you can see against this wall that there are a number of doors. Phoebe looks like she has frozen.
My phone died. I'm switching over to another camera.
Okay.
So it's...
It is
Yeah.
it is the funniest freeze.
I know, I see it.
No, it's fine.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fine.
And I'll
Uh, Okay. So you are taken into what looks like a private reading room. And as you all enter, you come into the room and both of the archivists close the doors behind you. They are in the room with you. And archivist Dumnem looks at you, Phoebe, and he goes, "So I need you to be on the level with me right now. Are you fucking with me, or who are you really?"
I'm being truthful with you, sir.
Mega persuasion check.
Okay. $15.
He kind of looks at you, and he takes a very, very long minute, kind of staring at you, and then staring at this book. And then he asks, he's like, why are you trying to find out about this particular ring?
Well, to be truthful, I knew nothing of the family. I was left in the dark about the family, first off, and I initially believed that if I claimed my birthright, because that signaling ring was given to me by my aunt, it would help me. It would help me in a quest to free my father.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. But here's what I can tell you. These rings specifically were given to... All right. So no one has these rings anymore. I guess is the first way I would say this. They used to be given to... are you like a magic practitioner by any chance?
Sort of. I'm an arcane archer, but a fighter. So, my skills in sorcery or any of the like is very limited.
All right. All right. Well, I'll just come right out and say it. So these used to be given to certain individuals, who were, for lack of a better term, basically apprentices, to those in the Cerberus Assembly. Now it's kind of worn, but from what I can see, this particular ring used to be given out by one of the archmages, and currently, once she took this position, stopped actually giving out these rings because essentially it's really there's a lot of history here. However, if you're looking for answers, you might want to start over at the candles in the Rexington, if you didn't know that already. And you're going to be looking specifically for the Archmage of Antiquity. That's Lady Vesteragna.
Right then.
Are you related to her?
To the Archmage?
I have to know.
I'm not sure. That's why I'm looking for answers.
Make another persuasion check for me, please.
$14.
14. He kind of looks you over. All right, look, if you don't know anything about this, take it from someone who knows. Believe me, and I know. She's very dangerous. Most of the assembly is very dangerous. And they're very guarded. And if you go around poking your nose where they don't think it belongs, you might disappear or worse. So, if I were you, I'd find out more information about your family. But because it's someone from the assembly, I don't have that information here. They are very guarded about the information that they share. Excuse me, that they share. So I can tell you where she is, where her particular tower is in Rexington. It's not a secret. Maybe you're related to somebody who lives on her lands. That's a possibility. But yeah, it was her predecessor who actually used to hand these rings out. And then she was actually run out of her position. And then Doragna took over from her. They're all very dangerous. So I would be very careful if I were you.
You haven't explained why they handed out these rings and why they stopped handing them out.
I don't know why. That's the problem. They keep all of their internal information amongst themselves. So you probably have to, I don't know if you can, I can tell you right now it's not safe to do it, but if you could get information from someone from within the assembly or someone who works with the assembly, that could probably help you out. But again, if they think that you're kind of sticking your nose in where they don't want it, it could be bad for you. You could always petition the king if you wanted to, but that takes some time. You can go through those channels. That might actually be your best bet, because the king is all about nobility and his lords and his nobles and such. So he does have people who could look into it for you, and it would probably be safer because it would seem like you have protection from the king, or at least his retainers or some such. But other than that, there's not a lot of information. I could tell you who the predecessor was. I could tell you who she is. I could tell you where she is in Rexentrum. But outside of that, yeah. So.
I think it would be best to start there then.
All right. Well, and he begins to kind of pulls out like a small map of Rexentrum and shows you where the candles are, and then very specifically shows you where Vesteragna's tower is, and then begins to say, like, so every mage of the assembly has their own tower, and then the land that the tower rests on belongs to them as well. So it's not just a tower that resides there. There are lots of people who live within those basically closed communities of each tower. It would be safe to say that they were all kind of put there specifically and given those lands by the specific archmage for probably reasons. Whatever those reasons are, they have the trust of the person who owns that property. take that for what it is.
All right.
Right? But if you want to take the other route and possibly go to the king, you can probably talk to his people, and he kind of shows you also on the map where the castle is in Rexingtrum, where the king resides. Like, oh, you'll never be actually talking with the king, himself personally. But if you kind of ask around and talk about, you're trying to find out about your nobility, and you have questions and things of that nature, they'll probably be able to point you in a reasonable direction that is probably not through the assembly. So, but those are kind of the options you have.
I see. With all due respect, considering what my group and I are dealing with, I am pressed for time, but I will take those options into consideration.
All right, fair enough. I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful.
It's quite all right. It's something at least.
Like I said, be careful.
I intend to be. Thank you.
Those of the assembly, you need to tread carefully around all of them.
Thank you.
Well, all right. And so you, and he points to you, Gerina. We'll see what we can find. Just if you want to wait here for a moment, I'll send this guy out and he can go find it.
Thank you.
All right. He kind of turns to the other archivist and kind of talks to him. He leaves the room, but the dwarven archivist stays there with you. And he's just very, very quietly just kind of like looking at all of you. So, what brings you to Zadash?
Pleasure. We're on your vacation.
All right.
It's a beautiful city.
Do I know you?
Don't think so.
You look familiar. It's fine. So pleasure, you said. Okay. And you're in the library. Not a lot of people think the library is pleasurable, but, to each his own.
I do.
About hour and a half goes by of him just making small talk. Gerina rolled really low. After an hour and a half of you just kind of like making small talk, and it's very awkward. You can tell that this dwarf is not one for small talk. He eventually he starts talking about the history of boots and how they're made and the souls and boot makers, and clearly is just kind of delving into just information that he's read somewhere, clearly to try and just break the silence of everything that's happening. And
I like your beard.
Thank you. I like it too.
It's very nice braid work.
I appreciate that. It takes me like an hour each braid every morning.
It shows. Quality braid.
Thank you. I'll take great pride in it. He's very awkward. He's just like, he does not know what to say. He's just trying to be as pleasant as possible. The other archivist eventually comes back with a very, very small, thin book. It's almost like a journal. And he kind of whispers something into the ear of the other archivist, and he's just like, "Are you fucking kidding? How did that happen?" Gerina, you're kind of sitting right next to him. If you want to make a perception check to see if you can hear what the archivist said to him.
Oh, now I roll high. I got a 19.
18. You hear him whisper, many of the books are missing, and there's no record as to where they went. Specifically for Asimov. And then that's when you hear the response, how did that happen? All right, never mind. All right. And he kind of hands you the book, but he opens it to see specifically what it is. And it's a very simple book. It seems like notes that someone has taken. And it goes into not exactly like the history of Aasimar, but just what Aasimar are. And it really is nothing more than what you could find essentially in the player's handbook. But because now you actually do have a little more information, there are a couple of things that are odd that you kind of glean. You see written a couple of times that Aasimar are partly human or human looking, which you, looking at yourself, you kind of see that. But occasionally, rather than it saying human looking, you do see partly human. But outside of that, there's nothing new that you learn, unfortunately.
Does that include like discoloration, like types of Aasimars?
No. It is a very basic description of the Aasimar that this individual has run into, and they all seem to be kind of the same generic kind of very pale skin that seems to glow, that glows sometimes. Some of them do, some of them don't. Light and different colored eyes. And occasionally one or more of them will have halos. Some of them will not. Just very, very odd. Nothing that describes your particular look.
Gotcha.
But again, you do see that there is talk of having celestial blood, or being exposed to celestial energies, things of that nature.
Do you happen to know where else I can find some more information on this species?
I would probably say here, but I don't know why we couldn't find more. We have another, considering a friend, and he points over to Phoebe. She's probably got dealings in Lexington. There's a archive, Cobalt Archive there as well. You could try there.
Okay, thank you. You've been very helpful. I'll make sure to tell Leopold that you helped us with everything that we needed.
Yes, please. Please tell him how helpful I was, and that I was actually pleasant and making small talk with you. So,
Gotcha.
I have a question. Did
Sure.
you just misplace these books, or were they stolen?
Kind of looks at you.
Not you specifically. I mean the soul.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The books on Aasimars. Didn't the Never mind.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll let you go and stop wasting your time. You have a great day, sir.
You too. And they both kind of turn and begin to escort you out. As you're kind of making your way to the door, Phoebe, one of the younger archivists kind of bumps your arm slightly, and drops a book. And he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And he kind of bends over, picks up the book, and he goes, "Here, you dropped this." and he hands you a piece of paper. And he
I
very quickly walks away.
I look at the paper. What do I see?
I will send you exactly what it says. But you make your way out of the archive. Hold on a second. The note says, hold on a second. Sorry, everybody.
All good.
Okay. That's what the message says. And you are now all outside of the archive and ready to make your the next steps of your journey. What would you like to do?
I talked to Gerina. Gerina, that's really weird. The Cobalt Soul has like the tightest security in all the kingdoms. If those books were stolen, there must have been very powerful magic afoot.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it's a little odd that it's specifically books that I need.
I agree.
I walk up between them and I go, I believe that's the least of our worries. And I hand them the note. Things just got a little more complicated.
What does the note say?
It says, I'll just send it to you guys. Hang on a minute.
You can read it now that you have it. I just wanted to give it to you.
Okay. You and your friends come to the evening nip if you want to see the tabaxi and elf alive. Tell no one, even the wizard, or they die.
Shit.
How did you get this message and where, when?
Just a moment ago, when that fellow bumped into me.
Inside the archive?
Precisely.
I
Great.
think we should bring this up to the attention of the archivist.
It said tell no one or they'll die.
And he seemed a bit skittish. I believe he's only just a messenger. I don't think he's of any use.
We have to go help them.
Yes, we're gonna have to go help them, but how do we know if this isn't just a bluff or a trap?
Can we take that chance?
It's probably both. You know.
Let's grab Squall, and we will go from there because we don't know what's in store.
How are we gonna get Squall?
He's back at Leopold's.
So Sora.
So is Sora.
Well, we have to do something.
If they see us approach the golem, they're gonna think we're ratting them out to Leopold.
But do you honestly think the three of us are a match for them?
Absolutely not.
Then we must get them.
We have to try.
We need to grab Squall and Sora.
All
we
right.
can come up with a ruse.
Okay. Why don't you guys head there? And I'll wild shape and approach the golem, so no one actually sees me approaching the golem.
But
Turn
let's
to-
not overcomplicate the situation. The note was meant for me. So I won't go. One of you can go back to Leopold and grab Skull and Sora. They're unaware that either of you know yet. So let's not overcomplicate the situation. So we'll meet halfway.
What do you think, Gerina?
I kind of like Rowan's idea of going to go get Squall and Sora. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone.
I don't either.
I'm not going to the drip by myself. I will wait a safe distance while one of you go grab Squall and Sora, because they're unaware that either you know yet.
Well, yes, Rowan will go, and I will stay with you.
Okay.
Alright then.
They probably have eyes on us already. All right, let's start heading in that general direction. When we turn the corner, I'm going to wild shape.
Gerina?
I would like to take a look around to see if I see anyone out of place just hovering.
Make a perception check for me, please.
15.
15. You look around. It's starting to get later in the day. But you don't see anyone that looks like out of the ordinary that's kind of like staring at you or anything of that nature. Everyone around you seems pretty much like doing their thing, going about their business. Right. So the three of you begin to make your way back to Leopold's. And as you do, Sora and Squall, you are both in Leopold's laboratory. Sora, you are attempting to show Leopold how it is you do what you do as a scribe mage. And Leopold is intently sitting there, taking notes, scribbling everything. And every now and Squall, he has made you come in here to witness the birth of a new specialty that he is going to master before your very eyes. And as he is scribbling down everything that Sora is saying, he's turning to you and he's like, see, right? You get that? You get that shit?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. First attempt. Probably going to get it in the first shot. Like this, right, Sora?
And he begins to kind of motion the way you do to summon your quill. Right?
And he's like this? Is it like this?
Yes.
All right.
And he does the gesture, and appearing out of thin air is a dead raven. And but the thing is, it was alive a moment ago, because the minute he summons it, you hear ah, and it just instantly dies and drops to the ground.
Maybe not quite like that. And I do a gesture and I show him.
Yeah, and your quill just appears. He just looks down at the dead raven and goes, fuck.
All right. I think I know where I went wrong. Let me go back into my notes. Hold on.
And it begins to continue to adjust some of the things that he wrote, and he begins kind of scribbling it down.
All right. You, Squall, just kick that into the portable hole.
And he has opened up his own portable hole in the corner. Kind of, you think maybe in anticipation of getting a bunch of shit wrong. And so he's like, all right. So after about an hour of this and about a dozen different types of dead birds, Leopold just like, all right,
I think it's time for a break. I think we all kind of probably need something like some liquids and some food in us. I think we'll be good. I'm gonna go through my notes, and then we'll try and pick this up again later. Come on, Norman. And he seems a little frustrated, and kind of like leaves as he's floating out. Norman's following him. And Gerina and Rowan and Phoebe make their way. You watch as he leaves. Maybe about 2 or 3 minutes later, the three of them come into the workshop.
I thought only Rowan was going.
Oh, only Rowan? Okay.
I was gonna wild shape and run through the city while they headed towards the tavern.
Okay. So Rowan comes into the workshop by herself.
Squall, Sora, we have to go get our friends. Leo's not around, is he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I can't tell. We can't tell him about this, or else we were told not to. I'm all freaked out. I'm freaking out. They have Leah and they have Galen, and they said they're gonna kill them if we tell the Wizard.
Isn't Wizard in earshot?
No, he left. He left the room.
He's left. Okay.
Yeah.
We gotta go. We gotta go now.
He's gonna notice we're gone, and he's gonna know something's up.
Well, yeah.
And
So
we need him. We need him to transport us.
Well, we can tell him to transport. Ask him to transport us, but
Oh, we're
we
gonna.
can't tell him why.
Are you sure we can't tell him why? You realize that if we don't tell him why and things get worse, he's gonna leave us to die and somehow desecrate our corpse as an "I told you so."
Yeah, that's his thing. But he also told us to wipe our own asses, and if we ask for help, that's sort of, shitty.
I don't.
All right, we'll tell him. Just let's go. Come on,
okay.
We gotta go now. Let's go.
Okay.
Gerina and Thieves are on their own. They're on their way to this leaky drip tavern, and it's where they're holding them.
Okay. And I proceed to. I guess we're going.
I guess so.
Okay, we're going.
Yeah. Come on, gotta move on. Our friends are in danger. Let's go.
All right.
Okay, lead the way.
Okay. You find Leopold. He's right now. He's currently just having like a snack. He kind of looks up and he's eating, but he also has Norman as he's eating. Norman is holding his book up to his face. So Leopold is just feeding himself. Like one of the rare times he's actually feeding himself, but he's reading as he's eating, and he's like, "All right, next page." And then Norman's just holding it open for him. And you all walk in. Hey. Yeah, you all look pretty determined. What's up?
Friends are in danger. No time to talk. We gotta go get them. Please transport us, sir.
Wow. Always when I'm eating. All right.
Sorry.
All right. He kind of puts the food down, just kind of like wipes his hands on his robes. I'm really in the. Hold on a second. And he kind of digs into his pouch.
I wild shape into a cat and jump on Squall.
All right. So I'll give this to you, Squall. I'll give this to you, Squall. And he hands you like this small little onyx stone.
Mhm.
And it's got like this little gold rune in the middle of it. And he goes, this is when I just don't want to do it. Just all of you hold hands. And then you're gonna break it in your hand, and it'll just take you back to the Norman in front in the Trispire. And then you can go wherever the hell you want.
All right.
Because I really gotta nail this. Like, I'm a little embarrassed about the dead birds, but I'll figure this out. So you guys go do whatever you gotta do, and I'll have this figured out by the time you get back.
I mean, I'm sure you'll get it. But we really do need to go.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I gave you the stone. Go ahead, go.
All right, thank you.
Sora, grab hold.
I grab Galen's Squall's hand.
Yep.
And as soon as she does, I crush the stone.
Okay. Crush the stone. There's a flash, and immediately you are in front of the Norman facsimile at the Tri-Spires that you used to get back into the tower.
Okay.
All right, Rowan, lead the way.
That's right.
I jump down and I start to head towards
A place that
tavern.
you have no idea is. You just have a name, and you never actually figured out where it is. So
we're just following this cat.
you're following the cat
She's just bolted in a direction.
further out of the Tri-Spires
Rowan?
into the heart of the
No.
Okay.
She's gonna wait till they get to a crowded area.
Okay.
Okay. Then she's gonna wild shape back to an elf. Behind something.
Sure. Not a problem.
And then ask where this tavern is.
Okay. Rowan, make an investigation check for me. Gerina and Phoebe, make investigation checks for me. This will determine some things. Gerina and Phoebe, what did you get?
13.
13?
Fantasy math.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. 19.
19.
On
Okay.
that.
Rowan, what'd you get?
12.
12. Okay. So, Gerina and Phoebe, as Rowan wild shapes and disappears into the night, the early evening, you begin to ask around for this evening nip. And Gerina, you're not getting any help because you'll stop and ask somebody and they'll just, what, the evening? What? I don't know. I don't know. And then just kind of like walk away from you, not knowing. But Phoebe, you are able to grab this really young half elf who looks like he's been day drinking, but also is just completely disheveled. Hair is uncombed. Most of it is like over one side of his face, so you can only see one eye. And he's just kind of like very lazily walking through the street. And you ask him where the evening nip is. He says, oh yeah, that's the dive bars, man. Yeah, I know where it is. It's over here. And he actually gives you, if as drunk as he is, it seems like you asked him the right question. Where is a bar? And he gives you directions to the evening nip, which is on the outer sets of Zadash. And as you make your way there, it's about another hour or two before you actually make it there. And as you begin to approach, you see the outside of it, and you can see the actual sign that says the evening nip. And sitting outside the door is a rather large gentleman, kind of human, arms crossed, pretty burly. It's got like a cap on his head. It seems to be bald underneath. A couple of scars on the side of his face. Just kind of sitting there, kind of just occasionally just looking around. But basically, you would assume like this is probably the bouncer. But you're kind of sitting there. He's kind of sitting there. Rowan. It takes you a good 20 to 30 minutes to actually find somebody who knows where this actual place is. Not a lot of people know where it is. And you actually find this dwarf who seems to be on his way home from whatever work he was doing. And he's actually seems to be in a rush. But you're kind of like desperate at this point, trying to figure out where this is. And he goes, "Hey, look, stop grabbing me. I gotta get home. Yeah, the evening nip is over there." And he gives you some directions to the place. "Now fuck off." And he just continues to go home.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And just keep going. And about 20 minutes after Gerina and Phoebe get to the outside of this place, you actually see the rest of your party coming at you from the opposite direction. You see each other and realize you are at the place that you should be. And as you kind of stand there, and at this point, with the large group of you just kind of standing there, the bouncer is just staring right at you now. And he's just kind of still sitting there, arms crossed. But as he just kind of stares at you, he looks at you and he just kind of goes and gestures into the doorway. And you realize you're expected. And that is where we're going to call it for the evening.
You and your cliffhangers.
It's what we are actually running a little late, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry for running late.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
I know. All right. So good game, guys. I know everybody is not down for D&D shopping, so I hope you are okay with how I kind of did some of that. At any time, we don't have to role play shopping unless you absolutely want to. So just let me know if you're good with certain things. However, if there is a really cool NPC that I have created for shopping, you will all know.
That's fair.
But if again, don't feel obligated to D&D roleplay shop. It's fine. But no, excellent game, everyone. We will absolutely see what happens and the fate of Leah and Galen when we come back next week. Good stuff. And yeah, I hope the beginning of what we did when we talked about multi-classing and everything, I hope that was helpful to anybody who was interested in that information. It's always good to know certain things, especially either if you're playing a game or if you're going to be running a game.
Facts.
So, all right. A few shout outs before we finish for the evening. Jug TV. Thank you for the resub. Yeah. 5 months, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Ty Dynamite. Thank you for the gifted sub. To Shademan78. Shademan, enjoy your gifted sub. Enjoy your hello and goat emotes. Red Leader. Thank you so much for the resub. 10 months. Damn, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you so much for that. Two to your head. Thank you so much for the host. We love you, man. Thank you. 22 viewers. Thank you so much. Love you. And Leo is the Rio. Thank you so much for the follow. I think I got that right on the first try. All right. And Ocelotus, thank you so much for the resub. 6 months. Awesome. That's so awesome. We really love you. Thank you, everybody, for the support that you've been giving us. Thank you so much for, I hope you're enjoying all of the craziness of our D&D games. We enjoy playing and we enjoy entertaining you. We hope that you are having as much fun watching as we are playing. So as we close out for the evening, we always raid someone who is not only an amazing person, but is someone who is supported all of the things that we have been doing as streamers and gamers and content creators. So please, when we finish up, don't leave right away. We are going to raid someone, and please show that individual all of the love that you show us, because if we're rating them, it's because they definitely need the support, and they deserve it as well. So again, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the support. Remember to be kind to yourselves, be kind to others. Let's continue to support the things that we are passionate about and we love. If you haven't had enough of me talking, join me tomorrow for Friday Night Magic, where I play Magic the Gathering Arena, which means more D&D because they just dropped the D&D set. And that'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And our final Monster Hearts 2 session is this Monday. It's coming this Monday. So if you are still interested in catching the craziness that is that 6-part miniseries, oh my God, you got to catch it. It is just, I can't believe where we're going. We got werewolves, we've got robots, we've got ghosts, we've got sex doctors. It's like crazy. Okay. And if you don't know what I mean, you need to know what I mean. So yeah, you just show up and be like, I don't know what's going on, but I heard there was sex doctors and robots and werewolves and shit, and you will have a good time. Take that for what you whatever you think it is. So yeah, so thank you again. We love you very much. Thank you for spending your Thursday evening with us, and we will see you next time. Take care.
Bye.